swerving away. It is a meme online, okay? So
I don't think it's a meme if it's reported on The Guardian and Al Jazeera.
There's that. Can you put like the link in the chat? Put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat.
Okay, put the link in the chat. Like this is a joke. A child is being offered in developing diseases.
Based on what? What is the evidence that was presented? Who did they speak to? What did they see? Well, he didn't get his teeth knocked out. Not getting the... You understand the fact that this is your own story? But maybe someone told her, doesn't mean shit. And they believe it, so you believe it? Dude, have some respect for yourself and use the brain that was given to you by God and think for yourself. What was I presented? You ask me to ask?
The Guardian is reputable, so.
Based on what? On your opinion? Based on Sabbath? You're going to speak the same line? Forget about the Guardian. Use your own brain. Even the Guardian that is smoking never says anything. Unfortunately, can you go into the Guardian and see what is their source? And think for yourself, is it a credible source? Did they even mention the source? Or they just report it based on like, how did they go to the legal prison? Al Jazeera? The Guardian? No, they didn't. So what, they telepathically? For fuck's sake, use your brain. Actually, the only reliable sources I believe that, like God, it's not their brainwash. You just believe whatever they told you. Because it's a stamp of the Guardian of it. If it's like the Ministry of Truth.
Well, so this article from The Guardian embassy officials have conducted welfare checks on Mohammed Ibrahim since his detention, but have faced restrictions on in recent weeks, according to an email sent by a State Department official to the family. Zahir, Mohammed's father, said he was informed by the embassy during an early visit that his son appears to have lost 12 kilograms, 26 pounds in the spring. In mid-July, the State Department informed the family in an email sent by The Guardian that Ibrahim was suffering from scabies, a contagious skin infection caused by mites, and was receiving medical treatment. Said U.S. officials would visit once he recovered.
So scabies, basically. Yeah, it does happen sometimes, especially in like prison from army. Those disciples are
But I thought it was a need 100%.
no, scabies could happen. That shit happens. There's no reliable source that he just mentioned that shows that this guy, who we don't even know if that picture is actually his real picture or his name, even exists, or is even in a prison. It's all bullshit propaganda. I said this earlier in the room. Is these fuckers come in here from TikTok and from Twitter, and the first thing they read, they believe. It's brainwashing. That's all it comes down to. That's it.
Yeah, I can read the article.
Learn how to think for yourself.
It was in an email that the Guardian saw. So, yeah, there's a lot of details in the article.
There's actually a lot of details, and U.S. NBC officials have verified it, so I don't see how this is a fake person.
I honestly don't give a fuck. What I give a fuck about is that the hostages that are still in Gaza, which no one seems to talk about. You come in here talking about this fucking guy who threw rocks or whatever he did, broke the law, who deserves to be in jail. So I don't give a shit about it. I care about the people who were innocently taken from their homes while they were sleeping in the bed at 7 in the morning because terrorists came and fucking walked into their house with AK-47s. That's what I care about. And then they raped the women, children, whatever. They killed the dogs in the fucking kibbutz there. They burned the houses down. But you care about some fucking kid that broke the law because he's a fucking retard, thought that he was gonna be a martyr, or thought he was gonna be a fucking shaheed, or whatever the fuck he was thinking he was gonna be because he threw rocks at tanks like a fucking retard.
When he got pictures from the embassy and seeing doctors that will him and treat him for scabies, this is your problem, not the hostages.
I care about the hostages.
So who gives a fuck about a criminal that is in jail?
I care about humanity.
Julia, criminals should be in jail. And people that tried to murder people should go to a mental institution. Okay? You should not be here defending them and talking about them as if they're like the people that were like oppressed. No, the guy's a fucking he's not a child. He's not a child. You know, what wrong with the answers? You've been given many answers to your query here.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, this is John. I'd like to make a demonstration and show you a quick diagnostic. Julian, what is 370?
John, can I monitor? You might give me the green bean. Are you gonna just end the room?
No, I won't. Julian, this is a quick diagnostic for the room. What's 373 times 1,000?
What?
What is 373 times 1,000?
I'm not answering that.
Okay, let me give you an easier version. What is 100 times 1,000? What is 100 times 1,000? Go ahead, Julian.
You really don't know that, Julian? Really?
This is an important diagnostic here. Because it's important to know. It's important to know that as a speaker and having a debate with Julian, if you can't even answer a simple math question, maybe it's you that are having the problem on failing to realize that Julian, may not all be there, but you are having an intense debate with somebody who may not all be there. Someone that can't do 100 times 1,000. 100 times 1,000.
I know the answer to that, but I don't see what that has to relate to topic.
Okay, prove it. Prove it on the spot, and then we'll know that our diagnostic test has been completed.
Well, you just put it on the calculator right now. We know. Every child that commits a crime, no matter how old he is, should be in fucking jail. And I hope this kid fucking rots in jail. It's the same thing that happens in America.
Every guy's of scabies.
If you commit a murder in America and you're 16 years old, they're gonna charge you as an adult. You're close to 18 as a child.
He's a child. Let him go. Don't arrest the criminal. Don't arrest the murderer. Let him go outside and kill more Jews because he's a child. Exactly. Because the problem should be with the indoctrination of children that teaches them from a young age that it's a holy war to go and slaughter Jews. Okay, that should be a problem. But they didn't say a word about it. You're blaming the Jews for arresting him before he killed the Jew and put him in fucking jail when he's getting all the rights, like visiting from his counselors and doctors.
And his face is from Florida.
It's from the American.
The governor of Florida is helping him because he's from Florida.
Okay.
Julian, why was he throwing rocks in the West Bank instead of chilling on the beach in Florida?
Mariano, the West Bank.
Alright, well, for Julian, I'm just using the words that are appropriate for Julian.
I know it is, scenario it is, and also,
Why was he throwing rocks and not eating his mother's chocolate food or whatever it's called?
like I said before, I do feel for the hostages currently in Gaza.
Wait, what about my question? What about my question? I didn't ask you about the hostages.
You know what you just said? I love you for them.
What about... We didn't ask about the hostages right now. Why was he throwing rocks? Why was he throwing rocks, Julian?
Well, he was accused of throwing rocks.
Why was he... Why was he...
So we're gonna get that he was accused because it happened, okay? So if you take face value of what they're saying, take face value of what we're saying. He was throwing rocks, as it says there, and then he was arrested. And now he's facing trial, let's say, according to your tweet. Why was he throwing rocks? Was he skipping them on a lake? What is it?
Look, like I said before, I think
try to answer. It's important. It's important. It's not a gotcha. If you understand this, maybe it will open your eyes. Because it's a child falsely accused.
Daniel, there is no opening Julian's eyes. He supports murderers. It's just that simple.
Julian, what is 373 times 1,000?
300,000.
Oh, shit. 373,000.
Yes.
373,000. You have to
I mean, what does this have to do with the topic? Because at the same time, I'm very, like I said,
You chose to answer this.
it's not only
What about the question of why? Yes, why was this stone thrown? Try to answer this.
I understand these are accusations. At the same time, I don't know.
Commodities are necessities. We don't need commodities.
You don't need Red Bull.
It's not a commodity.
Well, I'm sorry, maybe I'm using the wrong word.
Yeah, there's a lot of words there. He's using a lot of proprietary words. He doesn't know the specific definition of them. Yeah, like if
Sorry, I
she's
thought it
colonial definitions, she's not going to be familiar with economic definitions. Exactly.
Oh my god, you stop talking to people like they're idiots. Fucking A.
It's no words on this word.
There's no way to talk with you guys and spend valueless time with them. You know, just I just leave them here and talking bullshit. Okay.
I really hope y'all change your approach, please.
It's audio.
I think you're making yourself.
Something I hate to admit is that Mel Gibson makes some of the best movies in the game. Like, it pains me as a Jew. Yeah, a couple of good ones. Braveheart, Apocalypto, what else did he do that's really good? Patriot was fun, even though it's not a great movie, it's a fun movie.
Not recordings. I got text messages. I got pictures. You know, I have screen grabs. Because people be lying. When it comes to Clubhouse, it ain't that deep for me to go back and forth for people. But I'm realizing in the last 2 weeks, people have been up in arms, lying way too much.
This new thing where people do not understand hypothetical situations. I'm working with young people all the time. There are some people, younger people, that the future stewards of society who do not comprehend the concept of a hypothetical situation. And so you'll say to them, hey, if you were going to do that, and they're like, oh, like right now. And you have to say to them, no, like in the future, like in your imagination, like pretend, like that's what they do. That's it. It's felony. Is that an option? It's felony. Is so. If he can, he said that he didn't have it. He didn't say no. Okay, but if it happened, it's felony assault. It doesn't matter why. Nothing. It matters. It matters why because it's not a criminal act. It is a criminal act. Yeah, running around in the stone. It could be a taking to the whole story. It is a terrorist assault. No. In your world, it's terrorism. Because it's the reason why it matters also in court, okay? Well, why there's an additional charge. Terrorism, an additional charge of terrorism. Yes, but I'm asking why it matters to me. It's the question also. The question is why. Not what we, not just that within the Constitution. Why did you give up this
Jason, for you, it's assault, okay? But it doesn't matter why. Because it happens a lot for the same reason.
For the courts, it's assault.
I don't know, for the courts, it's
For the justice system, it's assault.
No, Jason, I'm saying it's not enough. Go and study the topic about the procedure. Just, assault. But then, do we find it? Like I said, the other five.
Now, assault is when you put someone in fear of bodily harm, okay? And battery is when you deliver on. Battery is when you harm them. That's what those two things are.
Intent is a critical part of any violent act.
Yes, intending to. If you don't have the intent of self-defense, it's assault.
Any violent
I don't know why you guys are arguing about this right now.
Because it's there's a people to know you explain why the kid isn't there. It is not a money.
It matters, Jason. It doesn't matter to you that it's because it does matter. If you really answer it, you will understand why.
You're not saying he's a
Remember what you said.
he heard you before I heard you.
Remember what you said 7 times. But the question that I had was not what was the charge. I asked why I was there after that morning. Why did you get up this morning and decide to go wrong? That's the question that interests me. I think that if Julian would understand it, he would have a better understanding of the entire situation and not think that he's like a child that was arrested and accused. And that's it.
I understand that, but at the same time, I'm reading the article, and I think they make it clear that his family plus the charges about these
They do. They always do. What does that mean? That means nothing.
Oh no, so that doesn't happen in the family that the child didn't grow up obviously what I'm talking about. That actually never happened that Palestinian threw a rock at the Jew. That would be actually the first one. It makes sense. And they asking you like I didn't 12 times, afraid to answer once. And I think it's because you know the answer, you just don't want to admit it for some reason. The question is why that child just playing at home with his friends, soccer with his ball, decided to take a block and throw it at you. He's a child, like mind you, okay, not a military, not a fighter, he should be, I don't know, nursing, whatever the children do in your eyes at the age of 16.
He doesn't want to answer because he knows the answer to the question. Right.
Why wasn't he nursing? Why was he nursing his mother's
Right. And then.
I think that's a valid question, but I think we're also ignoring that his family did dispute the charges.
I am not asking about the child that I'm trying to focus about my question. Answer my question, then we can talk about
Because I think that this is really disturbing that Julian is consistent. Julian, we have heard you. We can hear you. We're all on the group call together. We can hear you. So you already said the family disputed the charges. That was already
Americans are arrested all over the world all the time for crimes like this, and no, the U.S. can't bust them out or whatever. People who commit crimes should be in fucking jail. Okay, and this kid probably is in that category, dude. That's not fucking concerning. That's the system work.
Any person in America that would throw rocks at police officers or put in jail right away. Like no questions about it.
And it's amazing the way that he says American child. Like, dude, man, I get it. So, I'm in a situation. That's the medic call it the terrorist. American child. Yes. Yes, the medic probably should be child in population and who knows children. That should be a problem.
Julian, my question remains unanswered. It is another hypothetical question, so you might have trouble with this. But if he wasn't arrested for throwing rocks, Julian, you agree it's possible that he did not throw rocks? You agree? It's possible he did not throw rocks. Is this true?
Well, so,
Doc,
that is throwing rocks.
he's been accused of throwing rocks. But it was a thing with the last week. Like as I previously stated, returning to the script. Julian, why do you believe that he specifically targeted? This is a big waste of
Was he arrested at the pool of the soccer field? Like, where was he arrested?
But let's let's just confirm what my friend the trash bag just said, that this is a huge waste of fucking time. Let's just confirm that for everybody here so you know how to proceed. This is a huge waste of fucking time. Huge waste of time.
I think it's great, honestly.
We spend too much time
But
on
in the process, we're making ourselves look like retards because this is a self-roasting app, and anytime you open your mouth on this app, you end up roasting yourself. And so I've actually got a bunch of shit today, like drove around and did a couple errands, but I think the entire time that I've been doing that, I've been halfway trying to focus on this fucking retarded gobbledygook that people are arguing about. I mean, no offense to anybody in particular, but it is a big waste of time, probably.
What do we want to talk about then?
Potentially, first of all, let me just say we could potentially waste less time if we had slightly more efficient communication. Like if we didn't have to go back and forth. You know, John has suggested in the past that we might have like a 1 minute hard limit for every speaker. He has 1 minute hard stop. And I think if we implemented that, well, yeah, I don't know, but I think that could make a lot of headway. And I think that people have to listen. I mean, you have to listen if you're being spoken to. You have to really, really, really listen. And that's a big ask too, because sometimes I'm speaking to somebody, I'm like, hey, are you hearing me? I can't see their face. I'm trusting that they're hearing me, but then when it's their turn to speak, it sounds like they didn't really hear me fully. So
Because they don't give a shit about what you say. They care only about the agenda and the data they didn't want to spread. I 100% agree with you. It's a waste of time. You want to hear what? You want to hear what you heard already a million times before. About what they say. It's never new. I want to see Giuliano or anybody motherfucking else that gets private problems, get hit by a rock, and tell me, oh, it's only a rock. Why you want to shoot him? Let's see what happened to you when you're driving and you get hit by a rock. That's surprising you.
have you ever seen those videos, Julian, of the people driving?
hiding on the truck because he was a truck driver.
No.
No, that's not why. Because that's what these fucking kids do. They throw rocks at trucks, at cars, people, like innocent people, civilians driving to and from work. You know, they take.
They truck driver. Do you understand this stupidity? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're missing all the points. We always on the miss. Somehow, we always on the miss. We never on the get it. And Julian is claiming that he's so much for Israel, and he cannot bring himself to say one good thing about Israel. Unbelievable.
I love them.
Go sit on the cartoons, you fucking piece of shit!
I just said I love like something from Israel. There's shawarma. I think they're on beaches or
Yes, Captain.
There's shawarma, really, Julian? There's shawarma?
and their beaches.
How would you even know? You've never been, Julian. How would you know anything about the beaches?
I have Google on my Google. It's not.
Oh my God. Yes, don't get
This is from like an hour ago. Even back I think the hour.
Is that where you are now?
Yeah, no, an hour ago.
Now you're going home.
At some point, I don't know fucking when. Nobody still answers
It's
the
not just crowded. I would expect it to be much more crowded.
Underwater processors, funny.
This is not okay. So maybe we'll peak time.
What was the question, Mimi? Mimi, what was the question that we're supposed to answer? Somebody?
How do you pronounce this Hebrew name? The guy with the Netanyahu photo?
Oh, him?
Is it, no, with the full name? Is that what it is, really?
So the coin that they always seem to say that has the name Palestine on it, that's also written on the coin as well. What he has in his
They
name.
say that the aleph can also signify the word for land.
Like USA.
Oh, I got it. Thank you.
So in Hebrew, over there is every like stamp or document or passport or whatever. So whenever they show those coins or documents, it's in Hebrew. So
Does that make sense, Julian, about the rock thrower?
what about the raptor, right?
Well, we've answered your question here for the past 25 minutes.
okay.
I mean, is the microphone working? Working out.
No, it's kind of working. I think that he's just had a bit too much, carbohydrate, products, maybe, I don't know.
Julian sounds to me like one of the guys from Girls from Bell. Huh?
Who is Amir? The one that you're licking his butt on.
Yeah, no, like, this is the intellectual level of his roots.
Who is Amir? The one that you're licking his butt on all the time.
I don't know who it is.
He's the one who you're looking his mouth.
Listen, you should go on the lobby. He hosts now.
see that image, and like I said, I do feel for the Israeli hostages, but at the same time, I feel for humanity as a whole, and I was very concerned.
Whenever somebody says, I have a lot of empathy for something, and they say the word but, what they're saying is, ignore everything I previously said, this is how what I really feel. That's what the issue is. So when people say, oh, you know, it's horrible what happened in October the 7th, but Hamas had no choice.
Why is there a blood?
We feel for humanity, but the point of this image is to illustrate the lie. What's most significant about this image, in my opinion, is that this is a major accident. That this, first of all, people, do you understand, Julian, what this is an image of?
You don't. Yes, this one is Israeli hostages.
Whose arms and what is being handed to him?
I'm assuming that's Hamas.
And what are they handing to him?
It looks like water, food, I don't know.
Can of beans, basically, to me.
Yeah.
So Aaron's right. Okay, so but this is an axe. This is a oops. This is a major slip up. This is a goof because they should have gotten a much more starving Hamas person to hand him the fucking can of beans. Because as I illustrated in the meme, I'm the creator of this meme, by the way, which I think is a very nice meme. You can clearly see that the one guy is starving, and then the other guy is being treated very well. So what we're told all the time is that the hostages are being treated very well, and what we're told all the time is that the Palestinians are.
All the time? No.
You're told that all the time. No, they say that all the time. The
I
hostages.
disagree. No, because like
Beside the point is, they goofed up and they showed that they're not actually starving. The Hamas guys who are in the tunnel with the starving guy, the Hamas guys are not actually starving. And so the reason why I think this is relevant in response to your starving. Right. So the reason why this is a nice response to your image of the rock-throwing 16-year-old from Palm Bay, Florida, who went on vacation to Judea and Samaria and who spent his time throwing rocks and passing cars for fun. The reason why this image is a nice response is because it illustrates how many lives there are in the Palestinian area. There are lives when they're talking about whether or not they're throwing rocks and cars. There are lives when they're talking about whether or not the hostages are being treated very well. There are lives when they're talking about whether or not the Palestinians themselves are starving. There are lives that you see being disproven every day when you watch the videos. There are lies about the aid trucks, the aid distribution. I saw a video the other day of one of the dropped aid packages that landed on a balcony. Did you see that one? Anybody?
what's your question? Scaffolding. What the scaffolding?
Yeah, did you see this video? It like landed and then they were like forming it like a fucking fell down. Oh my goodness. So Julian, they just lie all the time and they probably were lying about the 16-year-old rock thrower as well. No, he's on
So my friend.
Amazing. Resistance is coming. Julian is a good guy. I mean, resistance is a hateful piece of garbage. Julian is just young and dumb.
I didn't know better than resistance.
Oh, Julian is much better than resistance in
I'm
one
gonna
simple
tell
way.
you why. No,
I'm gonna tell you.
as a young guy,
Fence.
I'm sorry. As a young guy,
All right, fine.
That's the worst part of people.
as a young guy that actually studied in New York University, if you don't do your own research, shut the fuck up. But if you don't do your own research to find out what is the actual truth, then you are no better than resistance.
I about excuses. What I fucking hate is people not making any fucking sense in conversation with literally people try to ask them a question and they cannot fucking answer like a really dumb question that like a 5-year-old should answer. They had themselves that they should have communities had to do that, like the fact. No.
And that's exactly the reason why I'm telling you that Julian is no better than resistant. Right? Because he know that if he will do the research, he will find out exactly what you're telling him. He know that he's not that dumb. But he wants to know really
sense, and to activate sense, and to have sex, so they can also like scientific
I said before, I agree with my friend Trash Bag. I believe Americans coming out of I don't think they're starving. What he said is it seems like they're very well fed. A lot of Americans are propaganda, but at the same time, there are people on both sides who are suffering. I don't understand what anyway, like I said before, there are people on both sides of this conflict who are suffering, and I'm just very concerned with this child and this situation going on now because
I wish that you would have been that child. I wish that you would have been that child. And you would have seen how good that it is. You master the child.
not to pile on you, but you know, there's the Christians in southern Niger who are being persecuted. There's actually a lot of Christians.
I'm trying to dialogue with, I love you, David, you know that, but just ask Julia the question. Would you do a political action to protect those other atrocities? Or is it only the Gaza one that you would feel compulsion to take political action?
So I never went out and protested the state for God.
Even if everybody in the class does better, it doesn't matter. Only half the students can get those grades. So that would be a kind of treating of grades as a zero-sum game. No, I don't do that. I mean, there are classes like this one where the students are very good and
teacher that would show how socialism didn't work by doing grade assignment and see how I can remember the story because I think it's relevant to this too. They said the teacher said, okay, everyone gets what the top grade earner gets. So the A students got A's and everybody else got A's. Well, then the A students like, why am I busting my ass learning this material if everybody's gonna get the same grade that I get? But then they started slacking off. Well, then they got B's. And the other students said, hey, I didn't have to study at all. Instead of an F or a D, I got a B because of someone else's labor. That's what I did too. And I got to C's. And then it ended up that everybody was failing the class because it didn't mean anything anymore to work and get and do the job. And that's socialism. All right.
also you get very high grades. There are classes where people are terrible. If you're talking about instance of bad cooperation versus good cooperation, we have this program called FIGS, First Year Interest Groups. The advisors refer to people into this FIGlets, but that is kind of cute. Anyway, the FIGlets, normally within those groups, cooperation is very good and people in those perform better. But in the time I've been here, I did have one of these where it was bad cooperation. There were several people in there who were just terrible students and they corrupted the others. They all go up. So, like, I think one person in that entire FIG group got a C. All the others got D's and F's. And I didn't think it's, at the first, they looked like they were all terrible students, but it turned out a few really bad apples just spoiled the whole bunch and encouraged them all to have terrible work habits. So, that kind of thing can happen. In any event, normally grading isn't like that, but it could be. So it doesn't have to be economic. You know, lots of games are mutually beneficial in the sense that the players can increase or decrease the total amount of utility. So normally we would think war is like that. Wars can be fought more or less destructively. And in fact, one of the hard questions in looking at 20th century military history is why were 20th century conflicts so unbelievably destructive? The First World War, the Second World War, the loss of life, of destruction of property, and so on. Just wars, nuclear wars. Partly that's just because people had more technology and do more efficient killing, but it wasn't just that. And so, you have to think, why were they such terrible wars? That was a case of people really decreasing utility radically. But also there were ways of people actually getting together and cooperating and increasing utility. Well, in this case, one player's gain doesn't necessarily come at somebody else's expense. It might be, in fact, that I gain by causing you to gain. And so we actually have useful cooperation. So what are some examples of mutually beneficial games? Good economic competition, right? You might think, well, if we're thinking market share, I'm getting more market share means you have less. But on the other hand, it might be that actually by introducing new products and competing, we're actually increasing people's interest in all of this, and so we're growing the market at the same time. So maybe the competition is actually improving all of our situations. And similarly, I sell you some product, and you like it, it makes your life better. I'm improving your utility. You're paying me, so I'm getting a benefit out of that. And so we both benefit. In fact, typically.
Helpless and Palestinians. And Israel and Palestinians or and Islam. It's and Hamas, obviously. I mean, they're great now.
Well, anything is wrong would also do the trick.
My friend,
They're wrong with that. You know,
like my friend, with all due respect, I don't really like the way you said that question. That's not what I would.
Which question? Well, maybe one
It
of
goes
those.
to the poll. I don't like it.
With all due respect.
Yeah, you can write your own poll. send it to me in the back channel.
Well, that sounds like
I would make you a moderator, but you're not sober.
no, I don't want to be moderated.
If you were sober, maybe.
But that's a lot of work, so.
Yes, it is hard to do. I had trouble with it as well. I just had a different substance of choice.
Did you know that David did graduate from the Newbury
Let's go. Yes, well, I am also an underwater basket weaver.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
What does it mean if you graduate? And you get a reward from the college.
More in business school.
So let's layer on top of it, not just that.
Also, like, not to flex, but, our boy, President of the United States, also graduates from Wharton. Let's go.
David, you're supposed to sell the tequila, not drink all of the tequila.
I have a friend who actually has a tequila business. I have a friend who has.
Did we sing it?
I have a friend who has.
You have a friend.
No, I was gonna say, like, yeah, my friend has a tequila business.
I did hear you say that to the third time.
But not me. No. Wow.
David, have you ever had a vodka Sprite with a splash of cranberry in it?
Definitely not box.
David, have you ever
had a Miller High Life with a glass of orange juice?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's called a beer mosa. Apparently.
No, I don't do that. No friends. Anyway, drink beer.
None taken. But with all due respect, David, what are you doing today? What are your plans and goals and dreams for this beautiful Sunday?
Well, it's Sunday because actually, I don't say no friends.
None taken.
I'm gonna make some rhubarb jelly.
Are you in the Garden State right now?
Yeah, I'm in Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, what, give me your approximate.
Can
Okay. I'm right now talking to you.
Dogs.
Yeah, I'm a dog. I understand what exit.
Turnpike exit 4.
David,
Cherry Hill.
David, what is your address in Cherry Hill?
I'm heading over to my Jewish friends who live in the east side.
David, get some fucking Taylor ham for me.
Not there yet. I'm just heading over in a little bit.
David, you gonna be anywhere near the UL? No.
David,
I go to my friends. Sorry, man.
I'm hitting you up in the back channel with your closest AA meeting
With
place.
all due respect, I'm not gonna answer your back channel. With all due respect.
With all due respect, just consider going to your closest AA meeting.
I'll answer Abby's back channel because she's nice.
I think I sent you out the link, so I might update.
Me too, Nick. These are great. I just thought when I listened to you, the perspective of stuff out of the UK, I love, and I get, challenged with statistics and back up to the
Abby, are you supporting Benjamin Netanyahu's declaration of, escalating and culminating the war by destroying Hamas?
So it's interesting because it's a 2-month period of time that they will almost act like what we know to be in the U.S., the Army Corps of Engineers, building makeshift hospitals and different areas for relocation, for housing and other services. So during that 2-month period, they'll also be assessing. They haven't touched on the city, but that's clearly where Hamas is essentially focused now, and their threat is coming out of. So in order to really win this, they're going to have to take him out there. But they're in a 2-month period of time. I really don't know if you could tell me another battle or a war where there was a warning for 2 months. I mean, there's lots of wars where population shifts and moves and has to move because they're within a danger area. But this is a 2-month warning, so they, as well as the food distribution, everything will be arranged during those 2 months. So, I mean, they're not going in tomorrow. There's a buffer period of time. So I think that's kind of interesting, and I think the that plays out.
How do you know it's not just a bluff?
Well, you don't. You really don't. And, you have the polling of the Israeli population where it's very funny. I said this in the other day. You've got, like 45% feeling one way, 45% feeling the opposite, and 10% saying they have no opinion, which none of us know Israelis have no opinion. So it's kind of a funny poll. But everybody wants the war over. But you don't know if it's a bluff. But you do know that it's a 2 month period of time to build the hospitals and the areas for the relocation and the social services. So I can find stuff written about it, analysis on it. You don't know. We don't. But we do know that that's where they're located. That's what's got to be weeded out. And we know what they found in other locations. We know when they were told not to go into Rafah, and they eventually went in what they found. And so strategically, they're at war, and this is what's needed to annihilate the enemy. I think it's interesting the Arab League, because there's been unanimous coming out of the Arab League, and I think they know that. They want Hamas gone as well. So, and I don't know what it is. This guy has a problem with Judaism, like, it's very bizarre. But anyway, that's like our problem. I hope that answers you, Dr.
Genociding people in Amalekites and killing women and children and I don't know, virginity tests by Moses. I don't know.
Maybe you need a bad piece of masa one, something like.
Isn't it funny that people, when they come into the room, when someone's talking, they just talk over them and to troll because they want to put that propaganda and their narrative out there. It's quite sad, really, isn't it? Can you not wait your turn? So I was talking to Mikhail.
Yes, Michael was in the acoustic room just now, and then we realized there's something called Nation of Islam in US. It started in 1930. I think what we are seeing now is unfolding in one way, Nation of Islam penetrating US. And so the Nation of Islam organization, their plan is to make the black American community emphasize that the white supremacy working on this. And so this group of people are called the black
You think the NOI Nation of Islam Farrakhan, which is different than the BHI? You're talking about Farrakhan?
Yeah, they're different, but the BHIs are being held to form through the Nation of Islam in US. I think somewhere Michigan, I think. So I just found it in the ChatGPT, but because he came to our group, he just non-stop spreading all the information, question the legitimacy of Jewish in Israel. So I think it's good that I think we pretty much defeated most of the pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine arguments over the last 6 months. Now they have no more arguments, so they are mobilizing the black Hebrew Israelite to come here. And that showed that in order to have unity for America, we have to help the black community to purge out these purple people only trying to cause more division among the American population, using Israelite as a justification.
Well, there's big two very dangerous groups. I would tell you to pull up if you're going on the internet, look at ETL's reports on NOI and Farrakhan. It reads a lot about Farrakhan. And he decides to do this for life. He does his find lots of videos, his speeches,
Hi, Israel. Did I hear that right?
I think they basically want to raise question the legitimacy of Jewish identity. They call them Edomite. And I think that the best is to do the ChatGPT because they just started, right? And they just came, they just come in, they full blast. Jewish are Edomite, and then you have to figure out, okay, why do they want to call Jewish people Edomite? On what basis? It seems like in the formation of BHI, Black Israelis, Israelite, Hebrew Israelite, they have a chart, they have a diagram of descendant, which is kind of their version of interpretation of Genesis, where they talk about the lineage. And so from this lineage, they justify that Jewish people are Edomite, and they have no claim to the Holy Land and all kinds of stuff. So I think it's good that we need to.
So you're saying BHIs are pro-Palestine?
No, they are pro-Islam as well. So they are assembling multiple things from Christianity, Judaism, all kind of stuff, in order to like jihadists create more hate. They're very stupid people. So why do they? So it's important we understand what else the enemy have in mind, right? So we understand they come to U.S. University and destroy the future of children of any family, right? They are totally indoctrinated, and this is through direct donation. And now I learned in 930 they already started this thing. Yeah, it's called the Nation of Islam. I think they probably know more. But the question is, what else Nation of Islam are doing in US? If they are doing in US, what else the organization is doing in UK, in Europe? We have to understand all these things. Then we know exactly how to deal with it. Yeah. This again just show to what extent the enemy of Israel would go to like the and people, why are you laughing at me?
Sorry, Devin's put in the chat, aren't Edomites roasting soybeans? No, that's
Something
Saturday.
else just happened.
Anime. We say, silly production. Yeah, just anime.
How do you say it then?
I thought it was edamame.
Well, of course, you like to put your E's on the end like Nike. We call it Nike.
Oh, you just say Nike. Anyway, if there's nobody to fight with, then there's nothing to say. I'm here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, my friend it's very quiet.
Fight.
Oh, Shapeshifter is here. Shapeshifter.
Everybody voted on the poll.
Shapeshifter.
Shane voted. That was a nice. Shapeshifter's not that bad. He voted correctly in the poll.
Shapeshifter. Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu's all bluff and bluster, or do you think he's really going to send in the hardcore IDF soldiers to go in there, blast out those terrorist cocksuckers, and liberate those hostages?
Whoa.
What do you think, Shapeshifter?
I think there is a chance there's a bluff in there. Do you think, are you still,
Why would we be bluffed out?
It's just strategic, David, so you can try to extract some type of negotiation.
No, I didn't ask you, I asked him.
But he didn't ask you. He asked him.
But I'm asking him. Okay, with all due respect, my friends, I'm asking him.
But what if somebody else wants to answer? Are they not allowed to?
Okay, well, we can do forward. But
David, David, if you're even dumber than Julian, what does that say about you?
First of all, that's not funny. That's not funny. I feel insulted that you were laughing at me.
David, what is 873 times 1,000?
Your mom says it's okay.
I prefer coffee before 5 p.m.
It's a good choice. It's a smart choice, David. Coffee before 5 p.m. Don't forget the numbers there, David. You don't start drinking alcohol until after 5 p.m.
So I think it could be a bluff, and it would actually be really smart if it was a bluff. Really good if he's bluffing.
Okay, so like me and her were having a conversation. You guys.
Sorry, me and
Yeah, we're having a conversation. And all these men, right?
She and I. David, are you running?
I put him in the audience real quickly. I want David to simmer just a minute because if you're gonna pre-announce that you're gonna take the whole Gaza Strip, and that means you're going to engage and defeat guaranteed. So what I'm trying to say is by making all or nothing statements or creating clickbait titles, you create that in order to see how what the feedback is, what the response is, and so I think that saying you're going to wipe your ass versus actually wiping your ass are two different things.
I think it could be a bluffer.
It's a little bit like chess, you put a feeler out there to see how they respond, and because to sacrifice more soldiers to go liberate Gaza from Hamas versus getting some type of negotiation or settlement or meeting in the mines through this type of negotiation technique. But it could literally be him actually doing a neurolinguistic program and saying, hey, we're going to prep the world for this, that there's going to be some carnage. So, we told you 2 months ago, and now we're actually doing it, because that's most likely what's going to happen, where they're going to hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
Nice. Smoking the pot.
How much traffic for content where there's more? And you think that maybe now could advise everybody that is going to do something? Really?
Wait, so what are you saying, Chucky?
I think that is going to really blow up. We will see. There is no way that it's not a blow, in my opinion. Like, since when you're going to let your enemy know when you're planning to do something?
Well,
Did he do that?
by
Did he do that with Iran? Did he do it with Hezbollah? With who he did it? So now we decide to be the stupid to let the enemy know.
Well, I mean, they're in kind of a cornered position, no?
No, why it's in cold? Do you see Trump saying anything against it? Do you see Trump stopping him from anywhere? He's in the best time of his life. 30 years in the political industry, never had so much support. Never, ever.
Well, in terms of how many enemy soldiers there are still, what's the actual number? Any idea? Is it 10,000, 20,000? Is it 5,000?
The problem was that you're killing one and they grabbing another two 14-year-old kid, give them a weapon in their hand, and send them to either kill a soldier or get died by the soldier. So, for every one that falling, they have another two that they recruit immediately.
IDF estimates are 40,000 as of May.
What do you,
That's what I'm saying. It's all a blow.
what do you think about the theory that if you actually go in there and take them all out and engage in a very aggressive action, in some ways, like Benjamin Netanyahu's political power, uh, by doing nothing but like saying you're going to do something is like the essence of politics. So the moment he actually completes or ends his objectives in the same way that like some other historical figure, it's always like a Pyrrhic victory. So there's never really any true victory per se. So I'm just saying that like Benjamin is so smart. This is like him just floating and flying. It's because Gaza has been neutered, terrifically. So I'm just saying that like from a Benjamin position, like he's infallible in a way.
Not really. Right now, I think he's trying to balance the bad PR against appeasing Schmoltrich and Ben Gvir. And this is almost like the only move he has. So he's got both sides kind of balanced off of each other. He's extending his shelf life is what he's doing.
They don't need to extend his shelf life. No matter what, he's gonna have until the next election. Because now they are in 3 months of vacation, whatever, the government. So we don't need to extend his shelf life anymore because it's going to continue until November of 26, no matter what. Even if somebody going to be able to vote the government down, the government not going to go down until the next election. That's scheduled for November. So this is bullshit. There is no extension life over here. The thing of it is, the bad position that he has right now, there is no deal that can be good. Because no matter what's going to be the deal, hostages going to stay hostages. Because Hamas not going to give up the last leverage that they have. So no matter what, he's going to need to go in. And probably those hostages going to be the casualty of Israel. There is no other option. Think about it. You think that Hamas is going to give you all the hostages? Then you can't even to think about it. They cannot, because if they give you, they lost all the leverage that they had. How you think that they're going to do that?
Well, does anyone want me to play a clip of Benjamin Netanyahu discussing the Gaza operation?
I watched that today. Yeah. Sure, go ahead. Are you going to include reporters' questions and everything?
We can. There's a couple clips. I mean, it's like a 28. Okay, let me just play some of it.
Anyone advocating the destruction of Israel, that's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to
hostages that the Israelis believe are still alive. And in recent events, the closer the IDF got to them, many of them were killed. Are you prepared for that?
We're doing everything in our power to salvage the hostages. We've, in the beginning, the second day of the war, I think a senior command official in Israel said, you're going to have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see any of them alive. And I said, no, I don't agree with that. I think with a combination of the right military tactics and international pressure, we can get all of them, and certainly most of them, out. So far, we got out of 255. We got 205 released. 148 of them are alive. Nobody believed that. And I believe we can get the others, but we have to combine the right tactics, military tactics. Without military pressure, nothing works.
Yesterday, I spoke with Laron Berman. He has two brothers.
Yes.
His family believes they are still alive. He said the following: my advice to you, to the Prime Minister, by all means necessary, we need to bring them back for stability in the region for the future of Israel. It's a tough decision, but we will handle everything, meaning Israel. What do you say to the families of the hostages?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. People say you can't both release the hostages and eliminate Hamas, and I disagree. I think so far we've shown that we can, and I intend to complete the job, but we have three missions. One, to eliminate the Hamas as a governing and military power in Gaza, otherwise there's no future for anyone. And we'll have many more kidnappings and many more hostages. Second, achieve the liberation of all our hostages. And third, make sure that Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel again. And we're well on our way to achieve all three. Now there are difficulties because there's so much vilification and misrepresentation in the press. There's an attempt to put blame on Israel for the interdiction of humanitarian supplies that Hamas is interdicting. And Israel is, the international community is delivering the blame to Israel. They're doing everything to rob these food trucks. They're taking the food for themselves and then jacking up the price for the remaining supplies to their own population. That's monstrous.
We have seen some of that, and you're right about that. And you're also right that we went into Gaza while we've been here this week. And we were in the southern town of Rafah, near the Sinai Desert in Egypt. And that town has been flattened. And you have been accused of genocide. How do you respond to that?
Well, if, as Brett has Ambassador Huckabee said, if we're practicing genocide, we're surely doing a very bad job of it, because we could have, basically eliminated the entire population of Gaza, but we went the other direction. We did something that no army in history ever did. We're supplying humanitarian food to the enemy's population because we distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. We put in 2 million tons of food. I mean, if we wanted to commit genocide, we wouldn't give 2 million tons of food to the population. And also the reason you see the flattened buildings is because Hamas booby traps every single building. So when we come in, we first have the population moved, even though Hamas tries to keep them in the combat zones. But after they move, and we start to move into the neighborhoods that are now populated only by terrorists, they ignite these booby traps. So what we do is we put in an APC, an armored personnel carrier, with a lot of explosives, detonate it. It sets off all the booby traps, and the buildings begin to collapse as a result of that. They're empty buildings, they're not populated buildings. Secondly, they built this underground terror tunnel network with billions of dollars that they had. They didn't build Gaza up. They built the Gaza terror city underground. So we now detonate the tunnels. The tunnels explode, and they take down the buildings that are above the tunnels. And the reason you see this devastation is not because Israel is wiping out these structures filled with civilians. It's because they've been booby-trapped by Hamas, and that's the kind of warfare that we have to do.
I'm hearing you say that you deny this charge of genocide.
Totally.
That's what you're saying.
Totally.
But last week, and you referred to it a few moments ago, President Trump mentioned the word starvation. And he pretty much said it is what it is, from his observation, looking at video and pictures. Were you surprised by that?
Now, look, I think President Trump has been terrific. He's supported us in so many ways. And he understands that we have to get rid of Hamas. He understands that is to overcome this with a humanitarian surge. So we're opening up safe routes to which aid trucks can go through. We're going to try to quadruple the distribution points that are manned by Americans. And they're doing a hell of a job distributing food to Gazans without Hamas taking over the food. And that's really what we're doing. And airdrop we intend to do, we're already doing. And we invite other countries to join us. So it's Israel that's doing now, and has been doing for some time, an effort to give humanitarian aid to the population without letting the Hamas terrorists take it, steal it for themselves, and sell it at exorbitant
Has
prices.
President Trump given the green light for your plan to take over the remaining 25% of Gaza and occupy all of it?
Well, you know, he understands that it's Israel who's going to do the fighting. It's not American soldiers.
Did he give you a yes?
Well, he just says, I know Israel will do what it has to do, and we haven't gone into that kind of discussion. But we have gone into a discussion on two things. One, the humanitarian surge that we're going to do, which will precede our final military action, because I want the population to be in safe zones, to have food, water, sewage, electricity, medical help. I want to free 2 million Gazans from Hamas terrorism. The second thing that we agree on is that the day after has to have certain principles. I'm not talking about a detailed plan yet because I think that will be developed. But the 5 principles, the key principles are these. 1, Hamas has to lay down its arms. 2, Gaza has to be demilitarized. 3, all the hostages have to be released. And 4, Israel will be responsible for overall security. So if there's an attempt to have a resurgent Hamas or resurgent terrorism, you know, we're the ones who are going to take care of it. And 5, let Gaza be governed by a civilian authority that is not Israel, because I don't want to occupy Gaza forever. I don't want to govern Gaza. I want to have a different governance there that basically is willing to live in peace with Israel and give Gazans a different future. That's entirely different from these unbelievable lies that are leveled against us, frankly against me too, by the international press that doesn't care to check the facts. It just takes Hamas statistics, Hamas arguments, it just swallows them hook, line, and sinker, and delivers this vilification of the one democracy, the one Jewish state that is fighting people who massacred. It's the equivalent of the massacre of thousands and thousands of Americans, the rocketing of American cities. Nobody would stand for that.
Come back to my experience inside Gaza this week. We went to an aid distribution site, food distribution site. Your own soldiers have been accused of killing innocent Gazans who are in line for food. That's the accusation, almost on a daily basis. Can you defend that?
Yeah, I can deny it because it's a Hamas accusation. They're the ones often who are doing the shooting and waiting for our soldiers to respond. And in fact, very often they don't respond. But all these stories are repeated ad nauseum, and people don't even bother to check the facts. We're doing everything that we can to avoid civilian casualties. And in fact, if you look at it, I mean, the town of Rafah that you saw all that, right?
All of it.
Right, okay. So I told you why there was devastation, because we moved the population out and then went to and dealt with the booby traps that were there. And we killed a lot of terrorists there. You know how many civilians we killed there? Practically none. Why? Because we told them, please leave. We showered them with, called them, millions of text messages, and many other means to get them out, and they walked out. They walked out 2 miles to the coast.
You know, people think it's hard to get to places like this, or this, but you can have all of this if you earn enough points.
Well, we can take a break if you want. There's about 10 minutes left. But any thoughts, comments, questions, ideas, opinions? No? Silence is acquiescence? Okay, here we go. This is the rest.
Practically no civilians were killed. That nobody describes, nobody talks about. Israel is doing things that no army in history has done. John Spencer, Colonel John Spencer, was the head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He said that he scoured all of modern history
Tricky, did you want to say something? Okay.
It's almost 2 years of war. And I mentioned 20 years ago this month, Ariel Sharon made a decision to get out of Gaza, bring the settlers out, and it's been that way ever since, and Hamas moved in. You have 10 million people who live in this country.
That's right.
And they have a lot of opinions.
Yeah, well,
Is it possible?
It's a democracy, you know.
Is it possible for you to keep Israel unified almost 2 years into this war?
Oh, I'm sure we can. I mean, there's an organized and systemic campaign against us. That's part of democracy. I accept it, although a lot of it is foreign funded by the same people who also encourage demonstrations on your campuses and so on. But I'll tell you one thing, the people are united. Not every last one. This is not a dictatorship. But, you know, when it's a Southern Front war, and look at what we did. You know, we were attacked. We were on the verge. Everybody thought this is the end of Israel on October 7th, when Hamas cruelly invaded us and those monsters took the hostages and murdered the men and raped the women and beheaded. It's beyond belief. And burned babies, okay? And everybody said, oh, Israel is gone. And I said on the second day of the war, I said, we're going to change the face of the Middle East. And we went against Hamas, then we went against Hezbollah, the terror proxies of Iran. Then we had the downfall of the Assad, the murderous Assad regime in Syria. And then we went after Iran, and President Trump joined us, which was a magnificent act of solidarity against a common enemy. Everybody said, oh, well, you know, Israel's not going to be together, but it is. Now we have to complete the job of eliminating basically the last proxy of Iran that's still standing.
And this is your job to sell it to your people.
Well, I don't have to, believe me, the people are selling it to me. You know, I go into Gaza as you went in. You've been to Rafah? I've been to Rafah. Okay. Talk to the soldiers. Talk to the division commanders. You know what they tell me? They tell me, Prime Minister, don't bother with the press. Just press on with the mission of liberating Gaza from these murderers. And we can do the job. We can separate the civilians from the combatants. We can eliminate Hamas. We can liberate the remaining hostages. Let us do the job. That's what the soldiers that cut across Israeli society are telling us. Doesn't mean that they make it to the mainstream channels. Doesn't mean that they make it to the foreign press. In fact, they don't. But if I had to run the country based on these vilifications, you know, I shouldn't be here. Because leaders should do what is right and what will withstand the test of time. And what will withstand the test of time is that in an hour of peril, Israel didn't slumber like other democracies often do. In the face of this challenge to our existence, we took on a seven-front war, won it, and secured the peace, and expanded the peace after this victory. Expanding the Abraham Accords, creating a different Middle East. That's what we're in the process of doing. The last part is hard, but it's doable, and we'll do it.
Let me come back to the Abraham Accords, because the president made news on that earlier today. In America, there has been a considerable rise in anti-Semitism, especially on American college campuses.
Yeah.
How did allow more independent reporters to go into Gaza and see it for themselves.
That's my conclusion. In fact, that's my instruction as of this morning to the military. And I said, that's exactly what you should be doing. Those who are lying are going to continue lying. But give honest journalists the ability to see the truth. A, the fact that we're trying to get civilian aid, humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza, the efforts that we're making there. B, to understand and explain why those buildings are destroyed, because they're booby-trapped and we clear the population. And I'm glad you were in. I'm glad you did this thing. I'm glad, in fact, you were, I would say you were blazing the trail. But there have been others, and we have the same result. Every time people see it, they see it in a more realistic way, in a more honest way than the way that it's presented in, unfortunately, the New York Times. And the New York Times should be sued. I'm actually looking at whether a country can sue the New York Times, and I'm looking into it right now because I think it's such clear information. I mean, you put a picture of a child that's supposed to then represent all these supposedly starving children. You put in this picture of a child who has cerebral palsy, then they took another picture somewhere else in other media, a child who had cystic fibrosis, got nothing to do with starvation, or another child that we actually sent to Italy to be cured, and Israel is accused.
So you can see there is suffering on behalf of
there is suffering
in Gaza.
Yes, because Hamas is interdicting it, exactly. And what we're doing is overcoming it. I don't deny that there's suffering. I want to end the suffering, and I want to end it by ending Hamas rule. Would you like to be governed by 20,000 armed monsters who shoot you in the back of the head if you try to leave a war zone? Who shoot you if you say, I want to have my freedom from Hamas? We now have Gazans fighting Hamas. They finally have the courage to do that because they see that Israel is progressing, and they think that we're going to win. So they're not afraid anymore to stand up for their own rights. And they have their separate schools, they have separate programs, because they don't want to educate their children for endless fanatic warfare, which is what Hamas is teaching. Hamas is saying, death to Israel, death to America. They hate everything that a free society stands for. And ultimately, the people of Israel understand. And I think ultimately, the free peoples of the world will understand.
I have one more question, but I want to clarify something if I could.
Sure.
You've said a few times now that the buildings in Rafah that we saw had tunnels underneath them.
Yeah.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop,
There's no way for us to see that when we're there physically with our own eyes, but you're saying all these buildings were booby-trapped, and they were not hit by the Israeli Air Force?
No, what I'm saying is
Because
that,
it is building after building.
well, remember, these houses are empty to population. In the beginning of the war, I remember my visit to Washington, and I was told under the previous administration, they said, there are 1.4 million people in Gaza, in Rafah, because we moved the population away from war zones, and they're all concentrated in Rafah. Then we wanted to eliminate Rafah. It's like, we were told, don't go in there. And I said, what do you mean, don't go in there? It's like the Allies are, take over Germany, and finally they're told, don't go into Berlin, and leave the German army, 25% of the German army intact. I said, of course I have to go in. But they said, but there are all these civilians. And I said, okay, we'll make sure that they leave. In fact, they left within 6 days. They all left. Then we have to go in. It's full of terrorists in those buildings, in the streets. They booby-trap the streets. They booby-trap the buildings. So we go in and clear it away, and that's what you would do. That's actually that's what you did. That's what you did in your war zones too.
The reason why this point is important for me to understand is we only saw one part of Gaza, and we did not see the rest of it. The town of Rafah, as I referred. Last question, sir, if I could, please. The president earlier today put on True Social that he wants all the Middle Eastern countries to join the Abraham Accords. Who are the holdouts?
Well, you know who we have peace with. So if you look at the other countries, they're the ones that are potential and real potential candidates for this. And I think, look, the president and I joined forces with Arab leaders and had the Abraham Accords, which were historic at least 5 or 6 countries here in the Middle East. And President Trump and I have talked about it a great deal. And he's been just an unbelievable partner.
When did you talk to him last?
A few days ago.
Okay, so this week.
No, I think it was last week, I think. But we talk every week or so.
You talked to Vladimir Putin recently?
Yes.
A couple times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, I can tell you what I told him. I said that I took note of the fact that he said that Iran should not have nuclear enrichment, which is the American position, and our position. I thought that was very good. And I also said that I hope that he'd come to an agreement with President Trump.
On Ukraine?
Right.
We'll see if we get that piece.
Yeah.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good to talk to you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
So far as we can tell, it's the first.
Okay, that's the Fox News interview. That came out 3 days ago. It's got 361,000 views. The title is Netanyahu announces Israel will take control of Gaza.
Have watched Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is not a religious figure for me.
You hate Jesus.
I don't hate it. Why would I hate somebody I've never met?
Why do we need to have this, like
Why would I hate somebody I don't know?
why are you not focused
And
on
why are you
this?
being schizophrenic and trying to tell me how I feel?
Oh my
Wait
God.
a minute, wait a second.
I'm trying to
So why did you say I hate Jesus? I never said that.
I never said you did. I asked
Defend yourself. I'm trying to
Oh,
have a conversation.
why would I hate somebody I know not? Do you hate Jesus?
Because many people think that he claims to
Well,
be the
you're
Messiah.
supposed to
That
Okay.
nobody else.
When did he claim? When did he claim that? When did Jesus claim to
Why
be
did
the
you just
Messiah?
want to
Are you listening to what John said?
One at a time, guys.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's just a brief sample of El Normo.
Is that now?
Yeah, that's now.
I heard it from a distance. I thought he was in this room. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? That's just hilarious, bro.
Here's a little
Keep
more.
playing it. I like listening to it. Go.
My guys are talking over each other.
for Norm,
And go. Ahead.
so for Norm, this Tucker interview
Yeah.
would be good for, this is a good listen, because Tucker, like he said, doesn't like, it's not like a religious thing. The person that he's interviewing,
Okay.
it's phenomenal. It's an hour and a half, but I promise you won't
Who
regret it.
is he speaking to?
Nichols, how do I, like, how would you explain
Well,
that?
what's his name? Start with that.
This is a guy who has academic background in just like Christian and like I think specifically Catholic like artifacts and
He's a Catholic.
he is, but he talks about like
You're in the Matrix, Nichols.
No,
hold on.
I don't have any smoke with the Pope. I love Catholics. I think they have a great faith. What's that?
Leopold was in the Matrix. Are you here?
Catholics have a great faith. Do you know what
Yeah, you're perfect. Wait, hold on. Let Nichols restate.
I don't dwell on the past. I'm living in the now.
Okay, so anyways, just about this Tucker show. He interviews this like yes, the guy's personally Catholic.
Okay.
What's interesting is he brings like he discusses like 200 academic sources. I think specifically on the shroud in which Jesus peace be upon him was buried.
Very nice.
And it's
To
actually
you, Jesus is a prophet, not God, correct?
No.
Yeah.
What's
yes,
that?
he's a yes, that's true. But
He's a prophet. He's not divine.
He's the Messiah.
Oh, I thought that the Muslims did not think he was Messiah.
No, we do. He's
Okay.
He's referred to almost exclusively in the Quran as the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary.
I see. So you believe he's a Messiah, but not God.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Christians believe that he's God.
Yes.
Yes,
Well, the Messiah.
Muslims recognize that he's the Word made flesh, that he is the Logos.
Yes.
Right.
We honor the distinction between divine essence
So, yeah, so.
When you honor the distinction between divine essence, which we all have.
Yeah.
And.
No, on the ontological level of the divine itself. So what we call God is the divine, like that which is truly like divine on it, like in its proper place. Whereas Christianity.
Wait a second, you don't believe that there's a God?
No, they do.
No.
So you believe.
My whole point, everything that I'm leading up to is that I don't believe there's a God. Yes, that you're correct. Now ask a follow-up.
Stop it, you're bullshit.
So the follow-up is that you believe that Jesus is the manifestation of God in Islam?
Manifestation, no, in Islam he is, we call him Ruh Allah, the Spirit of God. That he is a word, that he is the Word made flesh. Right?
He's the Word made flesh. Which word?
They see him as a prophet.
Well, no, but we're going into more detail than just, like, he's not like Moshe. He's different than Moshe.
Yeah, he's different than Moshe. Moshe is not.
Is he like?
Moshe hears the word and writes it down, right? Jesus is the word, right? Like every single thing that he uttered was like in perfect coordination and emanation from the divine.
Yes.
Don't you believe that of all the prophets?
No.
So.
Oh, because that's what I heard that Muslims believe, that everything the prophets say is perfect and divine.
Stop it.
We believe that.
Yeah, no, I heard that.
No. First of all, the only thing that's divine is what comes directly from God. Jesus is, and so again, it's my perennialism. I just point out this certain thing. Christianity as a religion is the path of love par excellence, right?
Okay.
So its starting point is love, and from that perspective, in every true love, and I think I'm quoting Rumi here or some other mistake.
But did you say
in every true love.
Influence Islam?
Say again?
Did you know? Do you think that? So you're saying Christianity? No, him. He said that. You believe that Christianity influenced the Islam?
How could it not?
I mean, so.
No, I'm asking because I want.
I think that, so obviously I believe Islam is a revelation from God, right? But in its unfolding, like we have the polemics between Muslims and Christians. We know that there were debates and things, and of course I think the intellectual trajectory, certainly there was influence, but in terms of it being a real revelation from God, as in like God Almighty decreed, like He willed that there would be Islam in the world. I believe that. Like I'm obviously a Muslim, but I don't believe that Islam upends or supplants or is meant to replace Christianity. Quite the opposite. I think I have more thoughts on that, but.
Would you say that
anyways.
majority of Muslims that like are practicing believe like what you do, or is this like? Because this is a person. This is interesting to me, and I appreciate listening to, learning from you. But I've never heard this.
No, first of all, I don't think that the typical believer, whether of any religion, like, I've been very blessed that
Okay, I can't listen anymore to this.
They use their.
So this has been, how can Palestinians win the war while also being genocided? Just doesn't make sense, right? Like, if you're getting genocided, like, you can't win the war. So it's been an exciting room. I hope you have enjoyed listening to Benjamin Netanyahu talk to, I don't know, is his name Brett Baer? I can't remember. It's Fox News. My friend, Enigma, Daniel, Harry, I bid you all farewell and adieu. I am headed out into what's called a book.
Alright, is anybody here? I guess I'm gonna end the room here. We've all agreed that we have to end Hamas. End Hamas, end the room, end your thinking, and end your problems.
something that like gripped my soul, and I talk about it in a lot.
Well. What do we have here?
Three, Sister Lucia, I've read all about her life.
Prodigal daughter,
But
but not really repentant.
I'm confident.
Like I
live stream, then a recording will remain. Slightly different concept, but I hear your point.
They're gone now. What are you calling me, a social outcast? What the hell?
I think you just proved it.
I'm amazing. Everybody wants me in their group.
All right. As usual, I'm gonna mod the women because it serves two purposes. It makes me look like I'm a bitch magnet, and it's also just more civilized. Women are less likely to move people to the goo, mute them unnecessarily, or kick them from the audience. So I appreciate the ladies. Thank you.
You underestimate us. We kick hard.
Okay, maybe I'll put an age limit on this.
All right.
I don't, because I don't like to hurt people's feelings. I do, bring it.
I just want to let the room know last night's Mojo experience netted a skyrocketing 4,000 viewers on the YouTube Live.
Wow.
Excellent. Congratulations.
What was the peak concurrent viewers? What did that get to?
I think like 70 maybe.
That's pretty good. What do you think opened up that portal?
I'm not sure either, maybe somebody posted or because I posted the link in the chat and then people from Clown House went in there maybe and then it triggered the algorithm to show more. You have to have momentum, I think.
Yeah, well, something that it used to be true about the Clubhouse algorithm, and it makes sense that it would work for other platforms like a YouTube, is the velocity in which you open a room. Alex New York and I used to talk about it, and this is why, if you remember when he would open rooms, he'd open a room, and then if it didn't have 100 people within the first 5 minutes, he would just shut the room down. He'd reopen it, and he might do that 6 or 7 times, and then eventually you build momentum because you get the people that were in the room when it got closed down, but then when you start a new one, they jump in, but then also new people. That doesn't work anymore. Clubhouse just changed their algorithm, plus there's just not as many people on that, but I think velocity is important. So maybe what we should do is before you start the live stream, maybe we could talk about how do we just get people to go view it over there, and where we could share it, elsewhere, whether it's on, for the older people, they could share it on Facebook.
I will say, Mojo, I do not consent to being recorded. Just make it clear.
Those words mean nothing.
Make it clear. Well, I'm not an attorney, but
Get out.
So can I ask 2 questions?
Cackles is an attorney. Cackles is my.
David, isn't it too early to be drunk?
What's going on with Alex New York? He used to be holding rooms all the time.
I remember Alex New York. I missed the guy.
Not 3 times. You don't play the game 3 times. Beetlejuice.
Okay, but whatever happened.
Well, I'll tell you, if I knew information, I would probably withhold it, because it's not polite to share. I think what we could just say is that there was a place for him on this app, and, I think some of his rooms were the dumbest rooms on here. I also think that, why would you interrupt me? David, why would you interrupt me?
Sorry.
What have you been drinking today?
No, because.
No, I want to know what you've been drinking. Don't even tell me how many, because that would be awesome.
So there was a situation with Alex New York.
No, but what are you drinking today?
I'm not gonna answer that question.
Okay, well then until you want to participate in the room, I'm gonna move you down to the audience. We'll move you back up when you're ready to tell us what you've been drinking. You don't have to say how many. That would be too personal, but go ahead and put in the chat what you've been drinking. That'd be great.
Can I ask Kitover a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you guys formally know each other? Have you guys met?
No. I'm going to Chicago when the next festival is, so I wanted to know what is the next up-and-coming festival.
campaign headquarters.
Oh, I can do that and give him a little contribution.
You could go to the Air and Water Show, or you could go to the Polish Fest, and then there's like another big one in Chicago, like downtown by Chicago Theater. You know, it's just
That's what I thought, the Polish fest. I go to all Polish things. I'm not a full out though. Thank you.
Hello? This is Cackles calling in. Well, what's up, guys? Long time listener, first time caller? That's about right. I got a bone to pick with you guys.
What?
I'm just kidding. What happened, Cackles? What did we do? And how come it was a long time listener, first time caller joke.
No, keep on going. I'm feeling sorry. Let's go.
The next part of that sentence needs to be, Cackles, the next part of that sentence needs to be, am I the asshole if?
Am I the asshole of? Yeah, that could be it. Ooh.
Alright, new poll. Thought it was relevant and timely. It really is.
it's a
There's
great poll.
definitely WWE women.
You know what I really like about the positive mojo vibration experience is the changing titles, the changing polls, the dynamic nature of the room.
Your dynamic nature.
Hello, Monica. Or Christopher.
Who's Christopher? It's quite literally in his name.
Christopher is an Antifa radical anarchist who flicks off cops and says, F you, cop!
Oh no, John.
Wait, hold on. My understanding of Christopher is that he's a small town boy, military family, Republican lineage, that just wants to help make his neighborhood better.
Oh, wait, that was Monica? Oh, that was you, Sarah Nickety? Hello, I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
You're right about that. But he's not serious anymore. We have an understanding.
So you're vouching for Christopher, so I should add him?
Christopher was one of the most epic voices on this app. When everybody else was chasing, the big names that were off the app, he made a name for himself on this app. He literally made a house called Chris Sweat, a rant, and he would get on the stage by himself, rant for 15 to 20 minutes, and there'd be 100 people listening with no ability to interact with him whatsoever. They would just listen to him rant. It was probably the most interesting experience. I don't think it was necessarily the most engaging rooms. He would then bring people up after the rant, but it was fascinating to watch how he could captivate people. It was like a one-man Broadway show.
Nice. Congratulations, Christopher. I guess no replays because this looks like a new-ish account, huh?
Oh, this was years ago. That's funny.
Thought it was Kristen Lamar.
I don't think Christian Lamar ever got 100 people in his rooms.
True, Monica.
Christopher, if there was one thing that you wish Clownhouse users knew or read in a book, what is it?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly only come up here to fucking catch up with you guys once in a while. I don't think I've been on here for like 10 months or something, but this app sucks.
Isn't that projection though? Because like, doesn't the app actually suck if you suck? But like, what if other people on the app don't suck?
No, you don't suck. The app sucks.
Does the app like?
It's a conference call. It's just people. Like the app is, basically a non-existent thing. It's a fucking conference call.
No, they ruined the app, and it sucks.
Well, what is the app other than speakers having a
It
conversation?
just sucks now.
So, my interpretation of the app is it's your own choose your own adventure game. So, if you're unhappy with the content, you have the freedom to create your own.
Exactly.
Not everyone, as is always the case.
To the conversation. I just wanted to come up to the stage so I can be
Dylan,
Well,
welcome to the
Dylan.
Self Adventure Club, Dylan. Congratulations on making your first step in your new self adventure.
But yeah, you know, it's group calls, okay? That's all it is. Just a big old group call.
Yeah, you're a big old group call.
With a picture.
Whoa, what the violence, Jacqueline?
Sorry, I'm feeling violent now. I don't think any of you are real. I think you're all just dots on a screen. Making noises.
Hold on. Do we move him down for outing us, or what?
Well, hold on. Maybe what we need to do is read the rules of the house to Dylan.
Oh, let me yes. CPR.
Dylan, we have rules.
We're a real inclusive bunch, too.
I just read the rules for the first time in my life.
Do you agree to abide by them?
I have so far. Hold on.
Would you like me to read them to you?
Just for us to hear more of your voice, we will answer yes.
In the bus.
Okay.
In the bus.
Violence, no problem. No doxing, no problem. Stay on topic. I'm gonna try. Keep your shares brief, okay? Don't interrupt speakers. I'm pretty good at that.
Okay, so we didn't say read them out loud. We said Monica's gonna read them out loud.
Yeah, but don't forget the last few.
Okay. In the bus now has 1,029 members. This house, the rooms, and the chat are for entertainment purposes. So where did he stop? Number 5. Do not interrupt.
Just start from the beginning. We want to hear as much Monica as we can.
I'm so lost. Where are we starting?
The rules?
This is
Number 1. No. Bye. No threat of violence. No doxing. Stay on topic. Keep your shares brief. Do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N-word is forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms and English only. PSA. Assume that all rooms are being streamed. Paul and the Clubhouse team have taken away the mod's ability to remove people that do this when they introduce the anon features.
So well written.
Who left in a temper tantrum? Hey, Bren.
I appreciate the English only.
I mean,
Do you know the spirit of why we have the English only rule? Can anyone guess?
So that I will know who not to take?
Oh, that's a good guess, but no. I unfortunately only am fluent in English, although I do know un poquito when it comes to Espanol. And so because I don't have a mastery of other languages, it's just easier for me to moderate rooms both on the stage and in the chat if we agree that we're all going to speak English. Poker rooms have this rule to avoid collusion.
Poker rooms. I disagree. I think you might be fluent in sarcasm and have a doctorate in memology, but I could be wrong.
I also have a crush on Monica.
You guys are getting married. So cute.
Monica and Mojo sitting in a tree. Clubhouse style.
Where's Kelly?
K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
So uncomfortable.
Monica, I hear you blushing. Guys, don't be ashamed of your love.
Seriously, can we get Kelly in here to...
Kelly is making sandwiches at this time and eating watermelon. She might show up later.
I would like to join the Monica pile-on and also just say that you are a beautiful woman with the greatest voice on Clown House. And when I saw the moon last night, that beautiful light, I thought of your beauty and your grace and your magnificence, magnificent Monica, aka Scarlett.
He's trying to get me to leave, isn't he?
No.
Hello, welcome to Clown House.
Fight with Mojo. John, we do not believe in duels. Settle down.
Well, when I hear flattery and compliments.
Hold on, I just want to say that if we believe what the Bible says about love, it's okay, because love is not jealous. So, there could be plenty of admirers of Monica.
Oh, good. Come on, just throw me
think you can only get great compliments if you truly like anonymize yourself and remain, anonymous.
I like this poll. This is a fun poll. Should we go around and each have our own pet peeve poll? Like, what's the worst? Yeah. Chewing off mute just kills me. There's a very few number of people who can do it that I don't get like over, but the majority, man. Girl, you counted his ice cubes this morning. But serendipity was I wrong? I was rude. Not. I was rude, but I don't think I was wrong. You were absolutely not wrong. That's honestly all of my pet peeves surround noises. Noises trigger me.
We're talking about pet peeves just on Clubhouse or in life?
In life, it's everywhere. Yeah, noises, repetitive noises bother me. Chewing, smacking, gurgling, gulping, anything you do with your mouth. Ugh. Okay, I was really offended that I was watching a YouTube video and a foreign language ad popped up. Not a ad about learning a new language or a new foreign language, but an ad in a foreign language. And I was like, this is America. What are you doing on my YouTube feed? Was not happy.
I have so many pet peeves. I guess one of them, I cannot handle someone tapping on my chair with their foot, or like even my kids a lot, they'll kind of keep pushing on the back of the couch while I'm sitting there, and I cannot handle that. Definitely that being mine.
Well, that's an invasion of personal space, so I think you're justified in that one.
What about someone walking too close behind you, clipping your heel? I hate that.
What about someone recording you and putting you on YouTube?
I also cannot tolerate BO. I am very sensitive to smells, and BO is I just can't do it.
Oh, I'm afraid you're right, Holly. You got me there too. The smell thing is a big thing for me. I remember being around someone who was very pungent, so pungent that they activated my gag reflex. And like, oh, I could not deal.
Monica, what perfume do you wear? Can you answer that? Is that too personal?
No, it's not that it's personal, it's that there's the Michael Kors original was my favorite and then it just continued. So.
Well, the reason I ask is that I'm thinking of getting your favorite scent and spraying it on my pillow.
Oh my. What? Is the world turning?
It could be a carcinogen, so, sleeping in it might not be the best idea.
Yeah. I don't just think doobie-doo. Yeah, I've definitely been in really awkward situations. I was on a plane. It was an international, long plane ride. But before we disembarked, whatever, I was sandwiched between these two very, very large men, and they were really nice, very talkative, but very bad smelling. I mean, it was pungent, and I was like sweating because I was like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Like, I can't. I was literally sitting there thinking like, I think I have to get off this plane.
open question. I have no idea. I'm not, like, the rumors of white people smelling like wet dog, it's not something that I was used to before Clubhouse, and I realized that the people that accuse white people of smelling like wet dog are around poor white people and not white people. And so they're actually outing themselves on their income level every time they insult white people. So I don't know. Holly, is it
Wait, there's
It's
a.
definitely the BO that bothers me the most, but I know there are other smells. I mean,
so it's hygiene? Is it poor hygiene, or they're not using deodorant because they're
I
cultured?
think there's, well, let's be real, yeah. So Indians, obviously, deodorant is not, I guess, a thing. But for the other people, it's, I guess, hygiene. Yeah, I mean, there's different smells. Like if you're really fat, there's definitely not like sweaty, kind of sweet, gross smell. So that's kind of different for the BO.
Scarlett, you do believe that there is a direct correlation there, therefore, between income and personal hygiene and odor, correct? Because that's, you said that income is, it is a correlate, right, Scarlett?
Oh, I don't think it's an absolute, but if you have to pick between eating and soap, many people will pick food.
Well, let me ask you something, Scarlett, since you're talking about personal hygiene.
Asked away.
Let me ask you, do you use a water pick to brush your teeth with? And do you also use baby wipes to wipe your ass?
Too personal.
I'm just asking about your personal hygiene because it would, the correlation would be your income.
Well, some of this is just culture also. Like we there's differences in the way we clean things up.
Do you guys clean your mouth out with coconut oil and oregano?
That's a thing?
I use safflower oil.
Is that what do you mean? Why do we want to do that?
Oil pulling?
Because if you use the over-the-counter mouthwashes, they actually kill the bacteria in your mouth that's actually good for you. It actually makes you less healthy. So I highly recommend the combination of oregano with coconut oil.
I have oregano oil and coconut oil. Do I mix those together? And what do? You just put it in your mouth and then rinse it out?
Listen, you gotta.
You gargle it the same way you would semen.
You got it backwards, Mojo. You're supposed.
Hold on, I need to know about Mojo's gargling techniques.
Oh no. What did I just walk into?
We are talking about how you can use balsamic vinaigrette as a, mouth detergent, essentially.
Balsamic vinaigrette? No. Was that one of the options? I heard it was coconut oil.
You gargle with balsamic vinaigrette as opposed to mouthwash because mouthwash is an alcohol and a carcinogen and it kills the bad bacteria, the good bacteria in your oral hygiene.
And for oil pulling to really be effective, you should swish for about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? You've got time for that?
Yes. You should swish for 40 minutes.
I'm out.
Anybody in California get that Amber Alert?
Well, I met an Amber last night at the bar, or 2 nights ago, and she's marrying her second cousin. Do you think it's weird, that she would say, hey, my fiance's
You shouldn't be
here?
going to the bar while you're running for Congress.
Why? I've got to listen to what the young people are talking about, not what the old farts are talking about on Clown House.
So you're going to the bar to do political outreach?
100%. I'm constantly live streaming my experience at the bar. I don't know if you follow me on X, but I call it the Emerald Island Chicago ASMR Experience by candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Yeah, that's a horrible strategy, bro.
Well,
I mean, if you wanted to post up outside the bar, you see what I'm saying, and actually have conversations in a way that's more genuine to having that conversation as opposed to listening to a bunch of, pulsing music and,
you know, I mean, I don't know. Like, I just feel like it would
Listen,
just be like
I get
a
enough political
clear
conversation
look
here.
if you were to have those conversations with people entering and exiting that bar.
Sometimes I don't want to talk and I just want to listen. And when I go out, sometimes I don't want to talk. But coming on Clown House, you can get all the political conversation anyone could ever get enough of. It's overload.
So when you go into the bar, do you make like an announcement in between like DJ sets, like, hey, you know, I'm John Kitover, I'm, you know, running for Congress, you know, this is like my platform. I mean, like, are you doing any of those things?
No, these are professionally run bars. They don't want some bald asshole
Who's your campaign
interrupting.
manager?
I'm the camp.
Yes.
Clown House as a decentralized network of associates. You want to be the campaign manager, Scarlett?
John, I would highly recommend that you talk to Stephen Bader or Marshall Rankin and ask them if they either would volunteer to be your campaign manager or if they could recommend somebody that could.
I will ask them if I happen to see them. Thanks for that suggestion, Mojo. Thanks for that
You have to
positive
pay them,
vibration. Pay them.
They can do it on a voluntary basis. Smaller campaigns don't have the money to. You want the money going into actual marketing of the campaign, not to pay for the volunteers that could have done it for free. You want to find people that are aligned with your mission, that want to. They want to help you get elected as much as you want to be elected.
I agree. But if you are on Clown House and you're not actively posting on behalf of the campaign to elect John Kitover, just go to johnforcongress.com or go to my YouTube channel. Link is in my profile. Link is in the chat. Share the videos, share the live stream, and become an AI campaign advisor. And if we get to Washington, D.C., I swear we're going to throw the biggest Clown House party. All your expenses will be paid. The campaign will fly you out, put you in a boat, put you in a hotel, put you at the bar.
John, if I were in your campaign, I would tell you that those are the promises that you should not be making.
Well, maybe I'm having grandiosity, but I'm just
John, have
saying.
you spoken to Augustus?
Yeah, he said he's broke, but he wants to work on the campaign.
Yeah, he's actually very politically astute, you know.
What do you think of him, Adams?
Yeah, I am gonna try to work with him, but today and tomorrow I'm getting a new campaign website set up so we can actually take donations and actually do real operations. So.
Are you setting up anecdote
Yeah.
in the background?
Yeah.
Good call.
Kind of reminds me of the Build the Wall campaign from the veteran who was injured, and it was a joke that the American people will fund the wall since Congress and the government won't, and then it turned into a real thing. So the meme became reality. It's kind of the vibe I'm getting with John Kitover's campaign. Mojo, one quick question. Mojo, you had turned off the house wall, our ability to post on the house wall. You can. I was just gonna let you know.
I did not.
Oh. Well, I can't post on the.
I will go take a look. That should not be the case. As long as people are not violating the rules of the house, they should be able to post freely.
It's okay. Oh. Well, let me double check, because I was restricted. I was going to post the link to the replay this morning, and I could not.
John, can I recommend you embrace an education choice strategy, and I can connect you with funders.
Yeah, absolutely. Chicago and the CTU here is run by a bunch of cackling communist witches.
100% their problem. So the guy's name is Paul DiPerna, DiPerna. Dr. Wim, and tell him I sent you if you embrace an ed choice agenda.
Well, we have a gentleman maybe I can get him to come on Clown House. His name is Governor candidate Joe Severino, and he is getting attacked by the Illinois GOP in a way that you can't believe. But he's getting a lot of views, and he is the only Republican who has any visibility running for governor. The Illinois GOP doesn't field anyone. They have no candidates in any election cycle for judges, for committee people, for Congress people, for senators. They field nobody. None of the other positions in Illinois state government do they ever field, not for commissioners, not for secretary of state. They field no candidates at all, and they have only $5,000 in their bank account. That's it. That's all the entire Republican political party has in their bank account. $5,000. That's it.
Have you guys seen KB on the app? Serendipity?
No, I haven't seen him in a couple days.
No, I'm talking about the female KB.
Oh no. She goes on X Spaces with Andrew Meyer a lot.
I have an Adams.
What the hell is going on? Sean, what are you listening to?
Hey Sean, mute your mic or drop to the goo.
Hey Sean, you have a hot mic.
Is he watching more COVID?
So the one thing about launching a campaign and using a platform like Clown House is because there really kind of is this force multiplier effect of having like what you could call a networked brain or a positive group think to a certain extent, or utilizing Clown House as your rocket pad. There's just a lot of benefits to launching a political campaign and doing communication with individuals, in this type of social audio dynamic. And, because almost all organizations constantly have meetings, to me, Clown House is the perfect place to conduct business and use it as a conference call, a teleplatform like Zoom. So, to me, Clown House, can be revolutionary and create real change. It's just a question of the users and whether or not they're able to successfully work together to actually do anything other than just like have casual entertainment conversations.
Yeah, you have to show up prepared. I ran 3 successful state, local, and national school board campaigns, and one. It's work, but you have to be very targeted.
You also have to define success on your own terms. Winning an election is not the only strategy. Sometimes it's an awareness thing. Sometimes it's a learning thing. There's a lot of things that you can do. Libertarians love talking about Joseph Overton and the Overton window. But you got to be intentional about that. What is your goal? And if you have exit criteria of like, man, if I do this, that will be, I can hang my head, very well. Those are the things you should think about, because winning is for the people that are going to throw a lot of money into it, right? But you can also define success in your campaign without winning the election. If you were to cause doubt, or at least introduce into the conversation an issue that you care about, like if you think about Ron Paul's biggest contribution, he certainly didn't win the presidency. And when he was in Congress, most people didn't even know who the fuck he was. But once he ran for president and it was on the debate stage, he started talking about things that said, I wonder why the rest of them don't care about these things. And so what you need is more people like Ron Paul. And I think when you do it on a local level, you can have a lot more impact.
Yeah, I mean, even putting out videos about property taxes in the top towns in the district, income taxes in the top town, like the current congressman, probably, if I were to do a quick Grok search about how many times and give me the content where he has talked about lowering your property taxes, income taxes, gas, plastic garbage bag taxes at the grocery store, everything. I mean, there's ways to create content which cause doubt and bring up relevant topics that are priorities.
wish we had was more long-form debate structure. I don't like the way that the debates are structured now. They're like too.
Well, that's because the parties themselves have formed a committee to choose the rules, and those rules, the first big rule that they make is how to exclude third parties from those debates. And so the good news is the debate commission is fallen apart. So there's at least an opportunity for something new to emerge. But John, I want to throw a name at you. You should look up the Free to Choose Network and look up the chairman, Chris Roofer. He's a guy that he founded the Morningstar Company. He's the wealthiest. He's the wealthiest pure liberty donor that you're gonna find. And if you were to message him, and all you have to do is go to the website freetochnetwork.org, send a message, put in the title of your message, principle of human, oh God, how does he word it? Hold on, I want to make sure I don't bastardize what he says. Hold on. I want to make sure I get this exact. Hold on. Bear with me, I apologize. I just don't want to fuck it up because this is important. These are his words. If you put them in his words, it'll go a long way. This is somebody that was by far the biggest donor to the Libertarian Party and a lot of libertarian campaigns, but I want to tell you. Hold on, let me find that email from you. Principle of human respect. And if you can send him an email telling him that your campaign is all built around the principle of human respect, you'll get his attention and you might get to the donation. With all due respect, that doesn't work. The third largest political party in the country has been at this for over 50 years, and the system is designed to keep independents and third parties out of the system. And the idea that you're going to win your support and give them their eyeballs, I don't think it works that way. I think a better idea is you take your ideas, you organize, and then you look at the way that the game is set up. You have to play within the rules. If you break the rules, they'll kick you out. So what you do, if you really, you have to bow down to the fact that there are two parties, and then you have to put your idea into one of the two major parties.
I think that's the different premise. I don't disagree with that premise. But I think that what they were talking about was hearing different conversation structure. But what you're talking about is
Well, what I'm saying is I want to see that on the national stage. I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying if I can paint a perfect cycle, election cycle, I would change the style in which they're doing
You can understand, they don't want that because they want to frame the conversation for the American people the way that they want to frame it. And if you have an
when Ron Paul, would scream out, "The government is broke. America is broke. We are kicking the can down the road and borrowing and spending ourselves into an inflationary state." That perks people's ears up. But unfortunately, he just didn't have that bravado and strength. But the whole point is Ron Paul's Liberty Institute, and even though his co-host may not be that great, the point is, it's his messaging, it's his communication outreach, which will have the lasting effect on Americans and people who are part of that communication network, and how essentially they know that they're getting, not a square deal, and it's not a fair bargain. So, you know, part of my campaign is really educating myself and educating hopefully the constituents in the district, because if Congress people and senators were educators and sharing actual information as opposed to propaganda or redistributing their lobbyists' messaging, I think their constituents would be better off. And, because education is hundreds of billions of dollars a year federally and locally, with all your property taxes going to education, I don't think we're getting the education that we're paying for. The return on investment of our dollars towards education just isn't there. So it's up to us to maybe re-educate ourselves to hopefully re-educate the population on what a fair deal is and how we got here in 2025 and why we have to stop doing what we're doing.
So, so the problem that Ron Paul ran into is that the party itself does not allow these ideas to be able to see the light of day. So when people started liking what Ron Paul was saying, there were states in which he had delegates in 2012, Maine, Minnesota, Iowa, Louisiana.
Right.
And what happened
Sorry,
was,
I'm taken. I'm married.
when they got to the convention, they actually challenged the credentials of Ron Paul delegates. They unseated them and they replaced them with other delegates. These were people that met all the qualifications, but they changed the rules in order to unseat his delegates. And then when they did that, they voted when they were voting for the speaker slots for the convention. They didn't select Ron Paul to even speak at the convention. When that happened, all of the Ron Paul people just left, and so they forced that voice out of the party by saying, "No, we don't care if you qualify or not. We're not going to. We're going to change our own rules to exclude you." Go ahead.
Doesn't the Constitution almost, it doesn't say you can do that in the party, but I mean, doesn't the Constitution give them the right to even do that?
So, Roger, I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump pulling over $500 million from UCLA?
I think federal funding should never go to education, period. I think the people that are asking for it are asking for trouble. And now some people might like the idea of why he pulled it. Some people might think that the reason that he pulled it was a bad idea. I don't even care what the reason was. I want federal funds pulled from K through 12 as well as the universities.
I would agree with you, but I also want to introduce the context that the student population at UCLA is 2/3 foreign students. So, I mean, the fact that we're even funding on a federal basis, a campus that doesn't actually have attendance from, United States citizens, like that to me is my main point of contention with UCLA. It's disgusting. Like back in the 70s, like UCLA used to be free. Like, I think, Roger, what people have to go through, to get their kids into schools in Southern California is disgusting. Like, I'm all for begging for full house. Like, I think that every parent that does have those means and their kids are able to academically qualify, I definitely think that they should be utilizing that pathway.
So this
not seen that way, but from my point of view and my culture structure, we see it. The minute you start saying, okay, this is okay, but now we're going to create something, policy right to work. Now it's not okay. And then 20, 30 years later, you see the ramifications. If you had just left it alone, let it live and die organically, it would have been okay. But then to hear America weaponize one or another and not realize that you're basically getting the outcome that you just spoke of.
So, do you believe that in certain concentrations of study in college, it's to have you recite information, or does it's a whole concept of teaching how to think?
I'm an honor roll student. It is to recite information.
I don't know, I felt, I think my track, my teacher used a lot of critical thinking.
Right. So, when we look at the state of social issues in America, the fact that a school like UCLA has an enrollment of 2/3 foreign students, when there's otherwise an opportunity for American students, which, by the way, a lot of American students are denied, entry into, UCLA on a yearly basis. So the fact that 2/3 of the population is foreign students, that's not indicative of the attitudes towards educational goals in America. That's indicative of people selling seats abroad.
Dr. Adams, let me ask you a question. Why do you think mathematics is so difficult to teach or so difficult to learn?
Average attention span of the American populace.
But it's also the material itself, correct? I mean, it's a giant large language model with all kinds of symbols and abstract concepts that, it's kind of difficult for the average person to just adapt because it's essentially its own language.
There's a reason why they don't allow you to have programmable scientific calculators when you take your SATs.
They do now, and it's not the SATs anymore. It's the.
Oh, they do now?
Yeah,
What is he talking
let me finish. And the test now is ASVAB, which is aligned with career tech.
They don't take SATs and ACTs anymore?
No, the 80% of the country has moved away from that. And they're moving towards a company called ASVAB. That's the test.
I asked this Indian gentleman, a guy who had a master's degree in computer science and was a software developer working on apps for Walgreens and Boeing and other major Fortune 500 corporations. I said, why are there so many Indian H-1B visa software developers? And he goes, John, there's 1.4 billion people in India. That's a lot of engineers.
They pulled the nice scam during the automobile situation where they weaponized that. It was actually James on their part. They weaponized that and they had these little call centers in certain parts of the country. Pakistan did it too, where they would teach people how to pass interviews. And what's so amazing is they weaponized the way for the people who trampoline, it's called trampoline off of the automobile industry into these other certain areas. And they would pull their people in by getting this type of scenario where those people who came from the centers would get interviews with people who were placed in certain areas. So I speak a little bit of the Gujarati. And what's so funny is I remember a lady in the HR department tell somebody, hey, just get here, I'll guarantee that you get an interview. So it isn't that these industries necessarily need it, it's just they did a very smart thing. They said, hey, here are some people who want to get cheaper labor, and they don't really
you want to know about it. And it sounds like there's a lot of things that you don't understand about it.
Just answer your question.
I don't understand your question because what you said was gibberish, but go ahead.
You interrupted me, which is your right. Then I asked you a question about how does it
You're asking.
Oh, well, let's use the Oxford Dictionary. OSC is the correct pronunciation, but we all got different dialects here in America. So you can play that game if you want to. The correct pronunciation is OSC. Even you're not pronouncing it correctly. So
I disagree. I would pronounce it axe.
again, that was very.
I'm gonna start asking questions.
I'm not gonna get you upset. And now here comes somebody trying to help.
Wait, Celia, are you sure that the Oxford Dictionary says os?
I'm talking to the one guy who interrupted me. So can you answer my question for a third time? How does the process work here in Silicon Valley?
Which process are you referring to? You're talking about
When you interrupted on.
so you want to explain how pieces work. It's perfect, thank you. So if you're hiring, let's say for an engineer, for example, the first thing that you must do is you must open the job rec for domestic applicants. You cannot open the applicant pool to foreign workers. You're forbidden from doing that until you've exhausted all options. And once the job rec's been open for a reasonable amount of time and you don't find qualified applicants, then what you do is you have to get approval from HR to be able to create a job application that would allow you to take on people that come from elsewhere. Now, do you want to disagree with what I just said?
Yes, and allow me 60 seconds and you can have 5 more.
You can have 90 seconds because I prefer to give more time.
I know you're going to interrupt me.
No, I won't. I'm going to give you 90 uninterrupted.
So I have been in software since the days of this American Megatrends, Earthly, live streaming or Earthly. I've been around for quite a while. People have jumped past the process that you just claimed is in existence, which it is, but they jump past it with these contracts through temp agencies. So you're saying they have truth, and that's why when you interrupted to try to be obtuse, you actually failed. They've been doing this for over 2 decades. Jumping all that entire process that you're talking about, getting people in through the temp agency. But you got the last word, sir. It was a great conversation. You got the last word.
Okay, let me ask you this: Are you a hiring manager?
In the field that I'm in now, yes.
Great. And so you have hired people. You've hired foreign workers.
No, I personally refuse to.
Gotcha. Okay.
So you haven't seen the protest through, then that's kind of what we're saying.
No more questions.
Yeah, I think the restriction, Roger, is they have to have that applicant pool open to domestic employees for a year. And a 1 year period is seen as a reasonable amount of time to try to find an applicant. And only then can you say, hey, I want to hire somebody who's a non-citizen. Let me try to get some paperwork here. And then you have to establish that, okay, you're bringing in that foreign worker. Are they just a migrant worker, or is this a long-term thing? If it's a long-term thing, then you have to demonstrate like a 10-year period or a 4-year period. There's all sorts of restrictions like that, at least in biotech or for trying to find talent. So, see, like, trade, the thing you said with the temp agencies, that's only one exploit. So I'm not sure.
Well, I agree with you, sir. It's just that he's talking in absolutes as if these things wouldn't happen. So thank you for acknowledging that it is one aspect. And I acknowledge that he spoke half truth also. But when he interrupted as if what he was saying was a superior thing. And it's only half truth.
Typically, what I say is a superior thing. Carry on.
It's just good to have the competition. I mean, hey, you may be right on some days. It's all good, but respectfully, this conversation has been clear, and the way people outside of the country, I appreciate this, weaponize the loopholes that you may not know exist. That's where the problem really lies, and that's why people like Dr. Adams get frustrated, because there's a lot of loopholes that Americans have not closed because they're unaware that it even exists.
The loopholes help Americans because they're American business owners, so it's weird to say like Americans versus Americans. I think you should specify the special interests and what the loophole was.
So before we go down the rabbit hole, the way that this conversation started was I asked Roger what his personal opinions were as far as Donald Trump and his administration pulling $500,000 of funding away from UCLA. Roger gave his opinion. I gave my opinion in saying that in greater context, people should also understand 2/3 of their population are international students, and I feel that it's inherently unfair that even $500,000 funding goes to a public school, okay, to basically have an enrollment that is 2/3 international students.
Yeah, that is weird.
And they're also, they're paying like double, right? I mean, international tuition is typically significantly lower.
think Dr. Adams was talking about that money funded way somehow the Americans are not at the forefront of the benefit. And even
That's my whole point. And I also mentioned the fact that in the 70s, UCLA used to be damn near free. Okay, so the fact that, as a state citizen of the state of California, born and raised, I'm not an implant, okay, I find it very troubling at the fact that, my nieces and nephews applying for college now have to pay, $40,000 to $50,000 a year.
Yeah, that is troubling. Really, I'm just saying they're raking it in, right? They're getting signed.
Oh, yeah, they're getting it from both ends.
Yeah.
I think colleges, their number one thing, and maybe you, Holly, doctor, may appreciate this, if they would just stop changing the book structure every year or two, they can cut at least 1/3 of the money.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. UCLA's issue is that they're selling seats abroad. Okay, and this is also why I brought up Operation Varsity Blues. People in Orange County found a loophole that went across the whole entire country into buying their kids into college, which in my personal opinion has always been historically consistent, and I don't think that it should have ended in the federal government coming down and throwing Becky from Full House into jail. So when you have the context of people at UCLA selling seats abroad, 2/3 of the population in a public school that does not benefit its state citizens, I can understand why the parents found a back door.
Respectfully, the curriculum changes every 7 years per state, and I can validate that if need be, but I don't think you guys really want to read it.
So, Joe B, that's one part of it, but the main linchpin of where this becomes an issue is the enrollment outreach. They're not showing up to college or high school campuses in America. They're not showing up and engaging in that type of outreach by having, conversations with Department of Education heads in foreign governments the same way that they're having conversations with state governments here in America. They're not. It's the enrollment outreach that's the issue. They're selling seats abroad.
And you're not even... Career tech is growing, and so it's going beyond college bound.
No, but let's expand Dr. Adams' point, on another part of the spider web. It used to be, and I'm going to speak up for the GED class, it used to be where we used to have shop and we used to have all these things for those children who maybe were not college ready to be part of a lot of these unions or workforces or industries or what have you. So to his credit, what he's bringing up now, if we use this as an example where we're weaponizing the college, which for many people is a prereq for entry level to an interview, then where do all these other American people go? Because they're already separated from no college degree already. The shop steward and half of that stuff is gone, except in certain little counties here and there. what is really the outcome if we were to stretch his theory all the way out? Well, that means that a lot of Americans are going to go without, and people on the outside of America who can financially pay for people to exist in these colleges will be the supreme people in 2040.
But it's not individual people that are sponsoring those F1 visas from kids outside the country. It's foreign governments. Let's be very clear.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The donors put up like a token quota, right? So they're like, hey, we need this many or whatever. It's interesting because I think this is coupled in with the problem of like a low birth rate and competition. Something like India has more children in honor roll, like meaning they do well in school or higher than we have people. And so I think there's something to be said about abandoning the children of America in the face of scouting for talent elsewhere. So maybe it makes sense at a like national level, but at a local level, it's very vicious and unfair.
That's why when he asked me, was it about critical thinking or just reciting, a lot of it's just reciting at this point. Critical thinkers are kind of shut down. You know, it's not, you know, if you want to compete against something someone said in the class or have a different rule set that you created in your mind, it can't even get flushed out because the way these things are moving now, it's just like, okay, recite what you want me to recite, let me move on.
That's split in half nationally now. Literally, career tech taking 50% and college bound the other 50%. And what's happening is it's choking colleges, some need to be choked, and building career focus.
Do state universities, Abby, still have matriculation agreements with public high schools?
I don't know. I mean, I have a lot to say with respect to this. You know, I never had a problem with the fact that, like, John Huntsman's kids got into Penn, so we built this, like, fabulous building and campus for Wharton. Like, there's no skin off the university's back to take a couple kids in, and they got this massive donation from Huntsman. Like, I don't know. That's how universities got built and buildings got built. Like, traditionally, walk on these campuses and see the names on the buildings and, you know, the families and the legacy families that contributed. I know everyone's going to say this is horrible what I'm saying or completely unpopular, but it's really, at least on the East Coast with so many of the universities, it was, you know, the heart of the buildings and the endowments on the chairs of the departments and families that donated them. I think there is a difference with foreign governments and what we're seeing and what, like, Virginia Fox's committee has been able to sort of unravel. And there's, I forget the bill in the House. I think it became law. Someone can correct me with respect to the disclosures from foreign governments into universities and how much they can contribute. And there's like some kind of threshold where a certain amount of money contributed in has to be disclosed as where its sources are from. But
yeah,
did that become law? I know I saw the proposed legislation. I don't know if it happened.
That's true for lobbyists. I don't know if that's true for donors of universities. Right?
It was put together through, you know, Virginia Fox's committee, which is Louise Stefanik is on that was doing a lot of the hearings with the university presidents on the anti-Semitism. They were also pushing to find out, and a lot had to do with the Qatari money that was coming in and the sources of the money. I have to check if it actually got signed into law, but I think that's important. But I don't know. I mean, you can all jump on me for this, but I really never had a problem with the donations from legacy families onto campuses and buildings there.
I don't have a problem with that either, Abby. My whole thing was like the whole Mark Singer case. You know, the fact that, you know, Becky from Full House,
yes,
You know what I mean? Like, this is, it's ridiculous. The
Okay,
fact that
that
we.
became like an instant, like what he was doing, he made a whole business out of it, right? Okay.
Yeah, and recently the judge allowed him to return back to his business practices as long as he disclosed his past, criminal history over the course of his business practices. So I feel like it was just fake outrage. I feel like people who have the money to be able to find a back door, given a system that has a thumb on the scale against American students, I don't find a problem with it.
So, hold on, Abby. The legacy admission thing, I remember hearing a lot of people, complaining about this and saying how it's unfair. I think if a university wants to set up rules where their admission standards are for high grades, or if they want their admission standards to be based on, your ability to take a standardized test, or your ability to pay or be accepted, it comes from, legacy members, or you found a loan to get in. The only thing that I would like to see applied is that if they can't pass whatever standardized application process you have, for example, if you're going to let a legacy student in and they couldn't pass the exam, I think that's a fucking big problem. I think that level of nepotism is a problem, but you have to balance that with the fact that if you made a hard and fast rule, where are you going to get the funding? Because first and foremost, my goal would be to make sure that the government doesn't fund these universities at all. And if the government, and if I get my way and the government doesn't fund it, the universities are going to have to fund it somehow, some way. And I don't think that if the government's not backing these loans, then you're probably going to have to rely more on legacy. And so I wouldn't want to send my kid to a school that practices nepotism to that level. If they would allow students in that couldn't get in on their own, I think that that's a huge fucking problem. But I also think that's a problem for me. But I don't think that they should be disallowed from setting their own rules.
I 100% agree with it. So I know with legacy, they still have, definitely with the Ivies, they still have to reach a very high minimum on their SAT scores and their cumulative averages. There is a very high bar. There's, by the way, a high bar for athletes at the Ivy level. They can't take a dumb athlete in there. And by the way, they have to survive the university. So they still, they're getting into Princeton, they got to stay in and get through those classes. And Chris, a lot of these schools have classes that are the easy ones to take, but they still have to matriculate through for 4 years. So I 100% agree with you, but these sports centers and the what do you call it, the aquatic centers, the swimming pools and these different facilities on campuses, especially on the sports, get built by alumni. It gets built by alumni money. There's not, except maybe if you're at, I don't know, maybe a really rich school has it, but most of these campuses, especially stuff like sports. So you're going to have to rely on that, and you're going to have to rely on the goodwill of the alumni, and I 100% agree with you. But if there's got to be a minimum, and I think there is. At least I know with, the one Ivy where my kid was, and the kid was, had family legacy, but also, and by the way, got in because of, her own merits in sports also, but had to have a very high, it had to be extremely high. They wouldn't even look at it if it wasn't. So I think it does exist. I can't speak for all the schools, but I know with some of them, at least at that level.
I think it's unfair to introduce what happens after they get in. I think it's unfair to introduce a particular building that's, quarter of a mile away that somebody built for lacrosse. The thing is, if you're promoting, hey, this is what the rule is while we use taxpayer money, Your money, my money, her money, they money. This is what the rule is. So what happens after can't be the argument. The lacrosse thing that somebody built can't be the argument because all this really started when people start saying, nah, you're this and I'm that. And then people start saying, okay, well, let's dig into that. Oh, you're not really this. You bought the way in. Oh, yeah. And now people go to their political connections and they say, okay, let's make this a little bit stronger because the people who are talking about nah, have gotten caught. So in that particular case, you did, and we're talking about the tennis guy, I think he was a tennis, who leapfrogged a lot of people in. He was in either tennis, lacrosse, something like that, or was it swimming, maybe. But he got a bunch of people in through athletics, and some of them didn't have the schools. It's like, it's the same thing the Asians are going through now. The Asians said, hey, we don't want this policy and that policy. Well, now, many of the Chinese, not all, are suing some of these institutions because they can no longer get in. They can get into MIT. Let me just finish the MIT point. They can get into MIT, but some of the other ones, they have lawsuits against them because it's more than just your scores, and they were thinking about that.
Wait, but I'm confused. Are you talking about the lawsuit that they won? Because they sued Harvard and North Carolina, a Supreme Court case, and they won it. So it is now the law in the country that exactly what you're talking about, that the Asians have to be considered on their merit. Because it was exactly what was happening to them at all universities now. They have to be viewed that way. Is that what you're talking about? Because they won that case.
So, enlighten me, they won the case that states you only get to be considered for your academic only.
The Asian Association, someone help me with the name of the plaintiff, the Asian something association, sued Harvard and University of North Carolina against the affirmative action program, claiming that there was discrimination and they were not getting accepted into those schools, even though their test scores and their cumulative averages and their academic credentials were greater than those that were getting in. And the schools were relying on affirmative action, which was a case, decided by the Supreme Court 25 years ago, or someone helped me also on the date, that set out affirmative action, and it only was supposed to have a shelf life of about 25 years. That was Justice O'Connor's opinion when they passed when they ruled on affirmative action way back. So the Asians sued, and they were successful. And now the law across the country is you cannot discriminate in admissions, that the admissions have to look at merit. You can't, that affirmative action is not going to be the guideline for admissions. So let me try to find I'll put the case in.
I'm going to look at it also, but I think we're talking about two different things. So what happened was a lot of the Asian students, they have to get judged for other things like volunteering. They have to get judged for things they did during the summer. They didn't calculate all that. They were only going off of scores. Only. I'm not even talking about the affirmative action thing, because that's up and down. They were benefiting off of affirmative action. You're wrong. No. Let me just finish. It's hard to finish. Just finish. You'll get the microphone. But they were complaining about because they were benefiting from it. So most of their complaint with Harvard was that, hey, we have these scores. And their rebuttal was, well, you don't have all these other things that regular students get vetted on. And so what you're saying is, and I'm going to look it up while I mute myself, but what you're saying is now we're not talking about affirmative action. What you're saying is now they only get to have merit-only conversations, and I find that interesting, but I'll go research it.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. So the Supreme Court decision, they ruled 6-3 in the Harvard case and 6-2 in the UMC case, and it was a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And so, according to Chief Justice Roberts, he said that the programs cannot use race as a direct factor in deciding who gets in, but they do allow that applicants can discuss their race in the essays that they have, but the schools can't use that as a backdoor way for racial quotas or preferences. And so I think, first of all, you have to applaud the Supreme Court for their decision here, because regardless of what people might think, we are a nation of laws. And if the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, then we should look to the 14th Amendment for this guidance. It's a sad thing that it took this long for the Supreme Court to step in and overturn those wacky rules that were ignoring equal protection under the law. And on Clubhouse, the only people that were complaining about it were white progressives and black racial essentialists that thought that it was unfair. I didn't even hear Asian people weigh in on it, other than the few Asian people that I did hear from said, yeah, of course race should not be considered. In fact, by considering race, what it did was it discriminated against Asians, and it's amazing how white liberals are always in favor of putting their hand on the scale to make things racially unjust.
So, Roger, have you ever been to University of California, Irvine?
No.
Abby, have you ever been to UCI?
Never on the campus, no.
Oh, okay.
We still went there, I've been there.
I've been there many a time, spent a lot of time there. If you go onto campus, Roger, I'm telling you, it looks like Hong Kong. Okay, there's very little American representation that exists on that campus. Like, there's very little. So when we talk about the discriminatory practices that exist in the collegiate system in America, yeah, I believe that there is a discriminatory practice that's taking place. It's putting Americans last. Putting Americans absolutely last, and it's really, really, really disgusting, to grow up in California in the 90s, in Orange County. I played many soccer tournaments over at UCI. One of my favorite restaurants is over at UCI Village, right next to the In-N-Out headquarters. My whole point and my grievance, it is slowly turned into an ecosystem that it's just un-American. It's simply just un-American. Look at the housing situation there. Like, it's crazy. Like, nobody actually talks about the whole UCI situation, which, again, Katie Porter actually was bred by UCI. And, Abby, to your point about, the benefactors of universities in ecosystems that give representation, Donald Bren. Donald Bren is the biggest benefactor to UCI. Donald Bren's kids did not go there. Donald Bren did not go there. It's a game. It's a game. He continues to donate money to UCI to benefit the real estate development that's taking place in southern Orange County and in central Orange County. If you go up to some of the developments in the Irvine Ranch, it's all Chinese decor in $5-6 million homes, in model homes, all Chinese decor. They're making people comfortable to place Americans. I may sound crazy, but this is just my personal opinion.
Can I go back to something Elon said a minute ago? I'm confused why the Asians that you described, whether they were Chinese or Japanese, I don't know, but that they were troubled that they focused all on the academics and not on the extracurriculars or volunteering, et cetera, and so forth. I mean, when I was growing up, there was no secret that extracurriculars, volunteer work all helped you not only in getting scholarship money, but also just to get accepted, as well as the academics. So I'm a little confused why did they know that?
So I think in my world it's a little bit different because we as Americans don't talk enough to experience each other's world. So from the black perspective, what we saw a lot was people with weaponized appearances, weaponized things that may have happened with civil rights or affirmative action to get their particular situation, right? You even had Indian guys. One guy wrote a book about it, how he couldn't get into school to get his schooling paid for what he wanted to do in medical. So he pretended to be a black man so he can get access to the Negro College Fund. That's a real thing. So I'm answering your question in a linear way. I think what happened is many of our Asian population, whether they're Japanese, Laos, whatever, Vietnamese, I think they were getting benefits from a lot of these things and were unknowingly thinking, oh, well, we're only really getting it off of these scores. Well, no. Many of the people in administration, not all, have been letting you in because your predecessor or previous predecessors fought to bring up the point that there's not a lot of Laotian representation at this particular college, or not a lot of Vietnamese representation, and then you cattail that off of some affirmative action thing. Well, they're like oblivious to it. So when a lot of this went away, and I just looked up the thing that Abby was talking about, there's still no change in the policy, which is my point. You're still getting vetted on the extracurriculars. So I don't even know what you won, because it states in the opinion that they would have to prove individual damages, which they opted not to do any money thing. They just wanted a symbolic win. Okay, you got a symbolic win, but you still got to go through the vetting process the way everybody else does. So that's what we see it in my culture.
Sheila, one of the arguments in the Harvard case, because I think we were actually in Clubhouse rooms listening to the oral argument. I think, Roger, I don't know if you remember that, but one of the arguments was that they were painting the Asians as the character of the Asian applicants as having no personality and no extracurricular. So it's interesting what Holly was asking. They were being lumped in as just academics, and there was a negative view towards the personality of the Asian, and that came up in the oral argument, believe it or not, in this case, in the Harvard.
You mean Indian or Asian?
Asian.
And some Indian people do weaponize the category of Asian.
But this was Chinese, I mean, that's how it came out in those oral arguments in front of the Supreme Court, that when they started to investigate Harvard's admission process, that they were openly discriminating against the Asian students for not having, and it was, I'll have to read the opinion again and see if it's in there, but it had something to do with characterizing their personality in such a way that they didn't.
But let's be honest, they don't participate in a lot of
Yeah, they don't participate, Abby.
They're really boring.
Don't really here, guys. I'm just telling you what came out.
What do Asian people really do for fun?
I mean, just to be fair, Abby, even if they argued it, they never solved it. It's still as this other lady, I'm sorry for interrupting, lady, as this other lady is demonstrating, they don't participate.
Are they talking about that specifically to that case, or in the group as a whole? Because
Nationwide.
No, well, that is dead wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Okay, the question, I think, is what kind of extracurriculars do they do? Because we have this issue in New York City with our specialized high schools. They dominate, and it's not just for the grades, even though they test way heavily. Okay, I've seen this in white suburban areas. Oh, they're either getting affirmative action or, but the bottom line is, listen, as a community, and I've seen, like I said, I've seen this in white suburban, they prioritize the wrong extracurricular, and they don't prioritize education. There are communities and cultures in America that don't.
White people?
I'm talking about white people, but I'm saying, like, I don't think,
I'm black, but I know white people play baseball like our kids, football, shit.
They're in the chess club, and we're in the chemistry club, and they're not playing football. Like, I guess, is that what you're saying, Christine?
Music is huge. Music, orchestras, music. Academic clubs are extracurricular. There's models at the UN, debate teams. They're just not sports.
No, we're not saying they're sports. I think you misunderstood. Even look at chess club. Yeah, let's use chess club. Let's use spelling bee. Even easier. A large percentage of our Asian friends are not participating. But when they apply, you're looking at, hey, were you doing this? Yeah, you got a 3-point whatever, or 4 whatever. But what else were you doing? Were you on somebody's ping pong club? Were you on somebody's Go championship, a Pokemon, something? And a lot of them don't. So when people were getting in, which is my argument, many of them, not all, they were getting in based strictly on, hey, it's not meant to be of you Thailand people here. Your grades are outstanding. Come on in. Well, and I'm using Dr. Adams' talking point, just weaponizing his talking point. To people who are really Americanized, well, we got that, plus a 3-2. Isn't that superior to this guy? I got 4 points of administrative checkoff compared to this one guy who only got one checkoff, and that's just great. That's what we're arguing. And because some of the public funding is taxed to that, it has to be fair for everybody. It just can't be, hey, I'm an honor roll student, therefore I should get in over this person. No, this person is doing way more stuff than I am.
Yeah, but my question is was that discussed in the case, and where is the data supporting what you're saying? If it's an overall or within that case at that time?
I put it in the chat, Christine, with our.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's really data, but I mean, just even comparing my kids to college, like, I'm not gonna say my kids were straight A too, but because they weren't, you're just an average student like everybody else. You're average within the average median ranges, even what you're scoring on ACT, okay? You need to have some other shit to kind of buff up and fuck up your application. You need to send in a professional headshot. What else are you doing? Because you're just an average student. There's a lot of average students.
Your piece, let me ask you a question.
So you need to, like, do some other shit.
Your piece, let me ask you a question. If you were in a position as, Massimo Giuliani and, Becky from Full House, right? You had $100 million in the bank. Can you not understand why those parents did what they did?
No, I really can't.
I also wanted to just delineate between community engagement and extracurriculars, although I guess that's a form of extracurricular, but like clubs and stuff is kind of different than community engagement. And I do think some of these admissions counselors do look at the community engagement as well, sometimes to help beef up the applicants, compare them. So that may play a part too, if indeed it's true that the Asian student population, I'm not saying they don't have a good excuse to not be community engaged, but maybe they aren't. Maybe they're, maybe that's not as much a thing. Perhaps that was kind of hurting them too.
I don't know. Guys, what school? So let's say you're MIT, right?
Can't use MIT.
All right, give me
Yeah, not MIT. Come on.
Guys, just hold on. Let's say you're a school that has a lot of research and an emphasis on research and an emphasis more on technology, and it's not, it's not reaching out for these great personality traits that you're talking about. I mean, that's what came out in this case, that the Asian community's personality traits were being judged generally and lumped into one area. But some schools maybe want to graduate research nerds. Maybe that's more of an emphasis at that school. Like, all right, I will not use MIT. Find another tech-type school, that has that emphasis. But I think, you're right. It didn't get fully resolved as a result of the Harvard case. whether, they can't use race as a basis now for admissions. Affirmative action's expired. It was, again, according to O'Connor's ruling when it first came into place, it was not in perpetuity. It was to expire. And she guesstimated at the time of her ruling 25 years to correct society. However, this personality issue is interesting that you all bring up because it's totally subjective. So imagine all of you are sitting on an admissions committee for a university, and one of you is sitting on admissions at a school that's like a big sports school and a big social school, and the other is sitting on admissions at a school that is more research and tech-based. So, like, where do you go with that? I mean, it's subjective, right?
So it's not so much tech-based. I know that's
Tech, I apologize for using that.
No, it's engineering. Let's just.
Or Drexel, okay, you're a Drexel, I mean, I don't know,
Yeah,
or just a private engineering school or something.
Anything that's taking public dollars has to be fixed. So if you're MIT and you're getting a lot of your funding from military, if you're MIT and you're getting a lot of your funding from some secondary science department that's connected to government, then yeah, you get to do what you want to do. If you're super private and you're taking no public funding, no tax dollars whatsoever, you get to do what you want to. St. Mary's of Graces of on the hill or whatever, you get to do what you want to. But the minute you start taking funding public dollars from all of us, then there needs to be a different conversation about that particular school. And we don't mind, like, I'm speaking for my community, but many people give us black people hell. We don't mind things being merit only, okay? But yeah, I'm about to say, but when it's like that, and C-Lay shows up with 3.8, don't all of a sudden change the rules and say your favorite friend from Russia, who has way less than me, gets to do X, Y, Z based on his optics, or based on his daddy or uncle's money.
Hold on.
Let me make a point.
Hold on. I'm gonna interject.
Never mind.
That's fine. Listen, if you read the House rules, if you don't like me, that's fine. Moderators will interject when appropriate, and it's appropriate here. The idea that you think that a grade point average entitles you to a spot over someone else, to me, that's the funniest thing that I've ever heard. Because what is a grade point average actually telling you about innate talent? Absolutely fucking nothing. And so, while I do agree that we should be on a search for finding people with innate talent, and we should look high and low for it, the idea that people think that a grade point average is a good measure of it, are just, you're fucking insane.
That's what they just said.
Hold on, we're going back to therapy. The whole D&I thing, there was a crock of shit. Some black people did benefit, but a lot of us, we've always had to jump higher, run faster, harder, and everything. Any job I've ever had has not been because someone knew me and I was black and let me in. No, it's because of what the fuck I can produce, my merit, my performance. Never ever got anything from fucking D&I. Never.
And
what is D&I?
I think.
I'm asking your piece. What is D&I?
DE&I, you know what I meant.
DE&I, okay, got it, okay.
Okay, so the other people introduced merit. I think you didn't realize the other people were suggesting, let's not use all these other measurements, let's only use merit. So you're disagreeing with them. I'm not.
I want it to be judged on innate talent, and we need to find systems to be able to measure that.
We could have been doing that, but many people.
But if we did that, somebody like yourself with a 3.8 might not get in.
Exactly, because of optics. No, you're absolutely right, because of optics. So I got the 3.8. Go ahead.
Sorry, you keep bringing up merit and using it interchangeably, I feel like that.
No, he brought it up, I did.
Okay, I just want to throw out there, merit is only academic, not
He's the one that brought it up, maybe he can answer.
Actually, you're the one that brought up the 3.8 grade point average should qualify you over some person that is connected to a wealthy family that lives around, your point was just weird. You're all over the map, but this is typical for you.
I don't think you were paying attention to what Abby and I were talking about.
I think I listened more carefully than anybody.
I was responding to Abby, and you jumped in to solidify my point as if you were against my point.
Well, you mentioned the grade point average, and if anybody on this stage thinks that the grade point average is a good measurement of who would be a good student, I would just say that you're wrong.
There you go, Abby. He proves my point. That's why we can't do just merit only. He proves my point.
Well, hold on. But now you're saying that you're using the word merit. I'm talking about grade point averages. I want to measure innate talent. And I would say that merit based on innate talent is what we should be looking for. And we need to develop the best tools possible to uncover that. And when I talk about innate talent, we're talking about a potential to learn, a hunger to learn, and people that just have a capacity to do bigger things. If we're going to let people into a university, we should be thinking, who are the people on the other end of this? If we look at this group of students that are applying, which ones are we going to bet are going to have the biggest impact when they get out of this institution? And I think that means we need to throw away the traditional models. I think test scores are a good measure, to be honest, because test scores are testing at least the ability to take a test. But I think what a grade point average does is it really just measures who was present for the class, which is not nothing, but it also says who was conforming the best to the way that a teacher was teaching. That's not innate talent, and it's not the ability to actually learn. It's simply grading those that conform the best, which I don't think are the people that are going to change the world for the.
How do you measure academic skills and academic success, the ability
Great question.
How do you measure that?
I would just say,
Clarify your
question. Are you saying like merit scholarship, being able to scores on your tests? What are you asking?
I have a background in vocational evaluation, and I'm asking you because all of you are so smart. How do you measure?
I just put in the chat. If you look at some of the ways they were measuring them, they were looking at scores at National Merit Scholarship programs. They were looking at Intel Science Talent Search, various national awards that they give for high school students. I mean, in my profession, you'd be looking at people that won mock trial, at debate, awards. I mean, you're going to look at people that have assumed high levels nationally, and definitely in scoring. I also put in the chat something that came out of the Harvard case. Look at the differential from what Asians had to score based on the old SAT out of 1600, how much they had to make up of a difference in their SAT scores in order to get admitted at these schools. And the differential.
You keep saying the scores. Roger says he didn't want to do the scores.
No, you're not listening. See, look, you're not listening. I don't want grade point averages factored in because I think that that's a measure of conformity. I think test scores are definitely something that we should look at. I don't think that we should weigh it completely on that, but we should absolutely be looking of who has the most innate talent, who has the most grit. Those are the things that we should be rewarding. Grade point average, I would actually say the 4.0 grade point average student is probably not going to be the best person to contribute to the world once they get out of university. Because what they've already proven is that they conform to the systems that already exist. They're not going to be challenging the systems that exist.
Grade equivalency is taken into consideration when they're determining if a person has a learning disability, like where they stand. I think we, especially in these days, need to go back to career interest. What do the kids really like to fucking do? Like, no one's asking them that, career interest, personality thing. Because you have people that are high functioning on the spectrum, they might have the grade equivalency However, they don't have the ability. We all know ability is speaking about the future. What could you possibly do? What could you do? What may you be able to do? With intervention, if you may need it. I'm done speaking.
Can I just jump in? I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that more than 50% of the Fortune 500 CEOs do not have MBAs. I think some people place this education thing way too high on measuring or even predicting success. If we are going to keep these institutions prestigious, though, what we should do is set some pretty high standards. And I think the biggest point I would make is that when you start introducing identity as a qualifier in any way, shape, or form, I think that you're completely missing the point of what higher education is for and why we would want to send certain individuals to get a higher education, right? We want to send people with the most talent, with the most grit, with the potential to change the world in a positive way. We want to send the best of the best. And I would say that if we were searching for innate talent, if that ended up meaning that an entire race of people, whether it's white people, black people, Asian people, Hispanic people, even if an entire identity group found themselves that they didn't have a single student in a university, as long as they were indexing for innate talent, I would be totally okay with that. I think that identity is 100% irrelevant when you start thinking about who should we deem worthy to get into these prestigious universities. So I totally agree.
I've lost my community with that before. I totally agree.
Can I just jump in? So I just want to say one thing. Number one, for those people that know me, my background, I can honestly say, unless your high school can kick anybody out and not worry about funding, the grades are inflated massively. Everybody just wants to hold their job. So I don't hold any GPA coming out of high school, even if it's over 100, as a marker, which is why these colleges went back to, whether it's a perfect system or not, SATs or an ACT, because they see what happens. I don't know, I never looked at Ivy League, I'm in the arts. I would say one good admission to kind of hit on a couple of points people made. If you look at, and it's hard to get access to this, if you look at Cooper Union, which is in New York City, that used to be free, and it's still one of the most difficult architecture and art programs to get into. Ed, if you look at their admission...
With all due respect, it's Pat. Go ahead. Sorry.
Keep going, Christine. My point is colleges can set up a test that is extremely difficult, extremely creative. I don't think I mentioned this already. And if you look at their exam, and it's gotten progressively harder over the decades, it really challenges knowledge, skill, and ingenuity. And that's, so all this conversation is if you're not for a standardized test, if you're not for GPA, I'm very project-based, or if you're, I do agree with awards and competitions and things like that, because it's extremely competitive, and to get into elite colleges, whether it's arts or science. If you look at their test, it is extremely...
Hold on, no, you didn't cut her off. It's competitive out here.
No, hold on, your piece, if you interrupt again, I'm not just gonna mute you or move you down, I'm going to remove you from the room, I'm gonna block you, and I'm going to tell every person on this app to do the same, so you can never interrupt ever again in your fucking life. Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying, there are examples out there that really sift through the candidates and have nothing to do with the GPA or a score. And by the way, I taught college for 20 years, and I now teach high school, and I will tell you this, I've had students that could draw anything they could see, but they have no creativity. I've seen both sides of this. And I probably agree with this, my point is agreeing with some of the things. Just because even from an art perspective, you're the next, you could photograph or replicate anything you see. That kid is not creative, and I would not want them, like, I would challenge them. But I'm saying, like, even in other fields where, oh, they could draw really well, guess what? Okay, invent a surrealistic painting. Take one of your dreams and turn it into a work of art. They couldn't. And if you want a worker bee, a factory worker who's gonna replicate anything, great, hire that person. And I really appreciated their skill, but they couldn't think outside the box.
Christine, can I just respond and then your piece? Christine, it's interesting because I think when you apply to grad school is when you might take that portfolio of work you have, or maybe what your criteria shows up more with applicants into grad school. At least in the arts, I have two kids that went in the arts, the business of the arts, but they had to show what they could create and produce. Not so much in getting into college, so I don't disagree with you, but I think that gets demonstrated a little more, unless you're applying to maybe like, I know people that went to Carnegie Mellon in the arts and they had to show their portfolio at a high school. There's some schools, or even the drama programs, where they have to show those skills prior to acceptance. But most of the time what you're talking about might get displayed in the grad school applications. I don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah, well, I'm in a career technical education. I taught in 2 career technical specialized high schools, and even the science programs are extremely project-based, so these kids have portfolios of massive, like, big projects that they've worked individually and as a group. I mean, how high level they are, I don't really know personally, because I don't teach in some of those programs. I agree with you. Well, that's for me, where I am, there's a huge shift in changing whether the colleges are up to that or not. There's a huge shift in getting beyond, like, grades and scores to produce a resume on the high school level that is not just, oh, I was in I played an instrument, or I'm on a team, or I played chess. They actually have, it looks like an entry-level job to land my plane. That's what it is.
So here's something that happened yesterday, and I think Roger and Dr. Adam may find this interesting. I totally agree with it, but it goes to something that Roger was kind of suggesting, even though Dr. Adams might not like it. So yesterday, there was a lawsuit that went in, it initiated with Washington U, but it's other, probably like 30 or 25 other elite universities. Basically what they're doing is they're saying, hey, we're gonna treat you and your scores like an athlete. As long as you sign a binding contract, Dr. Adams, get this, binding contract, that you will forego other people that you're considering, will guarantee you a spot. So now the alleged thing is it violates antitrust laws and so on and so forth. But look what's happening in reverse of what Dr. Adams complained about with the whole, going against Americans. Here's a structure where somebody came up, they said, hey, we're gonna pick and choose based on talent. Okay, using Roger's talking point, talent. But I'm gonna make sure you get a seat, pre-admission. And as long as you sign a contract, then you're good. And this flies in the face of what somebody else brought up about they still have to do the work, and they're under contract at this point. So they're almost guaranteed at least have a darn degree. All they got to do is not mess it up. So I find this really interesting, but I'm okay with it because as long as I'm landing here, as long as we know what the rules are, everybody will play. But I find it unfortunate, all this flip-flopping. So now that these people have got busted with this, who's the next person that's going to say, hey, we're from a particular community, we're now going to just weaponize, I know people hate the word weaponize, we're now going to come up with a system that benefits our group and our group only. And nobody's going to like that. Let's make it fair across the board and the cream of the crop rock.
So, Sheila, let me ask you. Oh, sorry, Abby.
No, I mean, I'm listening to what Celia just said, but across the board fair, but schools are different and their needs are different, right?
100%,
Well, Roger,
I wanted to.
what Roger is saying. Roger is saying he wants a talent base, and you just cream of the crop. But go ahead, Dr.
So Seeley, let me ask you a question. As far as fairness and consistency is concerned, and there are many parents on stage that struggle through the woes of having to conduct distance education during COVID, don't you think that foreign students can still benefit from that said education, pay international, premiums, for logging in and learning abroad when we could otherwise repurpose their seats to American students in the physical classroom?
Yes, I totally agree. Give me 30 seconds. I totally agree. The sad part about it is we've been picking and choosing who gets what since the Reagan days and probably even before then. And it's unfortunate now that we got these camera phones and internet, we're just exposing the fact that we've been doing this for a long time. I would love for it to be the way you want it, Doctor, but the problem is Americans have been working against Americans for so long that foreigners are like, they hate each other so much, here's how we can sneak in and use their tax dollar to benefit us. That's all that's happening.
So I think what I would prefer to see for colleges is where they have spontaneous testing of creativity, improvisation, and problem solving. For those that are you could do a hackathon, you could do an art contest where you don't give them the assignment until the last second. I think the fact that people prep for tests, we're actually looking for the wrong thing. You're looking for somebody that can go study something and then recall it and then follow a structure. I want to improvise. I want to give them something that can display the skills that would give you long-term predictability on their ability to solve problems. And I don't think standardized testing does it quite as well as it could, although I think standardized testing is a better measure than not testing. But ultimately, we need to put people to the test. We need to stress test them. We need to give them complex questions and give them a time constraint to see what they can do with it. This is where innate talent comes up. Like you can teach people. This is going to sound controversial. Stupid people can recite shit by memory. You could give them skills to have a better memory and to be able to recall information, and you can give them repetition. You can get a child to memorize their timetables. Most kids in America, even though they suck at math, could recite things, from a timetable, multiplying numbers that are 1 through 10, for example. But if you start asking them questions for math problems that are not on a multiplication table that they stared at in the 3rd grade every day, all of a sudden you realize that they don't know how to answer a math question. They don't know how to solve for it. They don't know, and again, you can memorize a formula, but when you introduce them to a new concept, do they have the ability to think through it for themselves? Those are the types of people we should identify, because those are the people that are special. Aren't special, we should have jobs for them too. There's always going to be a need to put bottle caps on a bottle. Oh, that's right, we've already replaced that too, machines, because we could do that better with machines. So uplift your skills if you can, but we should absolutely reward people with innate talent.
And the workforce should reward those people, right, Roger? The workforce should put those people at the forefront of their interviews and not at the last. So we got an HR problem too, where the HR people are not rewarding the person you just described. They're rewarding somebody based on identity, based on, hey, we're from the same Delta sorority, or so. Yes, I agree with you, Roger. I agree with you, but we have to reward them in the workforce for taking those risks and being that type of student.
This is why you have to throw DEI out the door. This is why you have to make sure that identity is not even considered. Your identity should not even be considered when it comes to getting a job.
But you do get reward. So first of all, I put this in the chat. What Roger's describing, there are schools and you see it more with the engineering schools, like Drexel. You do work study when you go there. So you go to school and then you work, and you do an internship at an engineering firm, and then you go back to school, and then you work again, and it's work study. I think it's like 5 years when you finally get the engineering degree, but you've had all kinds of work experience, and you've had to perform, and you've had to do exactly what Roger is describing, and that's at some universities. But I will tell you, Celia, that when you go to law school, the people that excel, that make law reviews, that are the great writers, or the great orators, that win all the moot court competitions, they do get the better jobs, and they do make more money when they get out of school, because they've excelled and they've showed that they can excel in school. I mean, there's a reason you try really hard to make law review, because you're going to make more money when you get out. You will get rewarded for that. You know, so I don't think that it goes without notice. When you achieve, if you graduate summa cum laude and you've gotten grades and you've been in national honor societies, when you're in college, you will get a better chance to either get a job at a better firm in the field that you're going into, or your grad school. You'll get into a better grad school with those achievements. So I don't see where that's not happening.
Here's my final word to Roger and Angela, as we just said. I'm going to go hit the gym. But here's the final word. A lot of us did not really want DEI, but here's what was happening to us based on optics. Hey, your appearance is more important than all these great accolades that you have on your CV. Wow, really? Or the optics of you is more important than the fact that you have a certification that none of us have in the whole department. Cool. I even got told, it was so funny, just to put in one anecdotal thing. I got told one time, because I've had a lot of discrimination because I'm dark skinned, and no matter what I had, because I had certifications that a lot of people didn't have, right? And what was so funny is one person told me, and this was an HR person, right? You're too dark skinned to be in the front. Literally. Okay? And I didn't respond to it because I'm so used to hearing it at that point in time, from 18 up until that period, that I think DEI came around because there was a subset of people going through stuff that many other people had no clue that they were going through. There was a lady, great lady, she happened to be a Caucasian lady, great lady, she wanted me to be in her department, we interviewed, everything was great. Well, the HR representative falsely told her that I didn't want the job. And I'm up here waiting and everything like that, and finally go to the lady and I'm like, what happened? Well, she told me you didn't want it. So see, stuff like that happened prior to DEI, and I just want you to understand, Roger, that it would have been great for us to be a little bit like England, to where it's not so much about optics, a little bit like France, not so much, but here, it's been about optics for quite a long time. So DEI only came about because so many of us was experiencing this nonsense, and all we really wanted was a fair shake. So if we want to go back to just, hey, things are merit only, C-Lay got 5 certifications, great. He should be at the top of the interview list. Doesn't mean he get it, but at least be at the top of the interview list. And that's all we want many a time as Black Americans. But go ahead, I'm going to fall back and listen as I go to the gym.
Okay, since nobody's speaking, I just wanted to say that, to the title, Legacy Enrollment, I think that even at HBCUs, that does happen. There are traditions, sororities and fraternities. It's like, you know, you grandfather and get legacy. But that is still just kind of very, very small to other colleges, like the last speaker was just talking about, what's his name, C-Lay, Trey. Like, I kind of want to piggyback on some of his sentiments because, I mean, it is true. Like I said earlier, like, people of other groups seemed like they were cheering on that DE&I was going away, and affirmative action was going away. It's like, it really didn't bother certain professionals or people that's really, you know, okay in life. Because I've never benefited from that. So it doesn't matter what we say, if it goes, DE&I, and through my lens, it seemed like it only benefited white women and gay white men. And then black or other groups, gay men, or the LGBT community, LGBTQIA community. So I would have to say, I think those are the only communities that really, if you look through the lens, really in the dynamics of those, are the only people that really benefited from DE&I. I'm done speaking.
I'd just like to clarify, I think you're talking about equal opportunity, which is different from DEI. White women did not benefit from DEI.
I would have to beg the difference, because
You can bet you that with DEI is diversity, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. White women absolutely benefit most from equal opportunity, for sure, and it was not established for white women. You're not wrong in that respect, but DEI was for diversity, equity, and inclusion. That did not impact white women.
But white women still say that they need to be diversified. I was having a conversation with Roger a couple of weeks ago as far as he was talking about feminism. I mean, I'm not trying to go here with race, but black women only really got turned on about feminism from white women. Like, white women share with us what feminism was. Oh, you're being oppressed and you shouldn't have to do this. These are things that they were telling us. Well, we was like, oh, she might be right. She might be fucking right.
Your piece, hold on. I graduated law school, there were 20% women in my class. What we're talking about with equal opportunity was the change that women started getting jobs and we started getting accepted into professional schools. But that wasn't DEI. That was something completely different. And it was bringing women into the workplace generally. I was benefiting all women that were coming in. And the percentages now, I think law schools have more women than they have men. I don't know what the medical school breakdown is, someone could tell me. But she's right, it was equal opportunity, it was completely different.
Well, I guess I think through my lens, because I am a black woman, it still has always just been like the hierarchy as far as things what's been beneficial. Even when I talk to my brothers that's in the gay community or the LGBTQIA community, it's still a hierarchy, you know. White gay men being black gay men, you know, even with equal opportunity, still white women being, you know, black women. It's just still always like that, even in the workplace in 2025.
So do you think, so your piece question, do you believe that the workforce is looking at, let's say, an identity such as gender or race, let's say black women in this case, and they classify you and they label you based on your identity? You believe that happens?
Not in my workplace, because the majority of the people in my workplace look like me.
Okay, where do you work? A nail salon?
No, I don't. You've heard me have conversations. I'm not going to dox myself.
No, that's fine. But here's the point that I'm making.
I still comment on
here's the point.
vocationally.
Your ability to listen is great. So the point is that you have society is going to make their own labels and try to put people into buckets. This does happen. Typically it happens for simplification of things and to just better understand, okay, these are men, these are women, we divide up sports that way, at least we traditionally did, till the wacky white progressives decided that men can be women and vice versa. But the point is that I would make to you is if society has made a mistake in over-indexing the importance of race and gender, why do we then repeat that same mistake and self-identify and over-index the importance of these things? For example, if it was wrong in the creation of the United States to emphasize special rights for white male Protestants and minimize the rights of people that don't fall into those groups, if we could recognize now, 250 years later, that that was a bad idea, why would we fall into this trap of now saying that, perhaps if we set up rules that gave favor to people based on gender and race, why do we now think that's a good idea if we've spent 250 years unpacking the idea that it's not a good way to organize?
Because I'm gonna tell you what it is called, it's an illusion of inclusion. That's exactly what it is. It's kind of like, it sells. The illusion of inclusion, that shit sells, Roger.
Yeah, just because
but that don't mean that it's
just because what you said rhyme doesn't make it make sense. My question for you is why do you want to? Because the ideology of placing a huge importance and decision-making criteria based on race and gender is precisely how we got things like war, genocide, and slavery. And I'm just curious why you want to continue down this path.
No, I do not want to continue down that path. I'm not sure why are you even making that assumption? Is that something that I'm displaying?
Do you think that race and gender should be prioritized?
It depends on the situation.
Well, that's exactly what the founders of the U.S. said, and we after
like the all-white town in Arkansas. I'm not mad at that. I've always been for delineation. If that's not a problem, if they want to do that, I don't feel no type of fucking way. That don't mean all white people are gonna do that. My mind is so much broader than that. I think your mind is so broad that
you have an inability to respond to anything that I've said.
No, that's not true.
Okay, then respond to what I said.
You said should we prioritize gender and race?
No, I'm asking why you think we should do that.
But you can't make that call. You can't make that assertion and say that that's how I am because you don't know that. I never claimed to.
All right, I'm done. Okay. So, sometimes you have to know that if somebody is incapable of having a conversation, that the mistake would be on my end to continue the conversation.
I just tend to get frustrated when I hear people use DEI synonymously with equal opportunity because they are not the same. And I hear a lot of tropes about DEI is taking away handicap access. No, it's not. That's covered under the ADA. And you hear people that get upset about the DEI initiatives being canceled thinking that they've lost equal opportunity, which is, they're not the same. DEI was essentially about employers that wanted to make it fair and give men and women the exact same pay for the exact same position. So instead of increasing women's pay, they lowered men's pay. DEI was about, you can't get your little merit-based raise every year because you haven't attended our diversity, inclusion, and equity programs. It was a bogus program to begin with. It never should have been there, but it is not equal opportunity. And that's a big misconception.
Do you think this? Hold on, no, your piece, hold on.
I had a question.
Well, you could say it for a second. I think that was a great point, a great distinction. But I do want to call attention to Wizard Wicked, who says, Mojo Jojo thinks he is the main character. Smiley face, you're a fool, Mojo. I've invited this person up to the stage. They declined the invite. So basically what this person wants to do is make personal attacks without coming up and having a dialogue. Probably a friend of your piece, but that's just a guess. Go ahead, your piece.
Not a friend of mine, because one thing I do know is when I'm really passionate about something I'm talking about, I don't look at the chat because it's only distracting and it's usually trolls in there. I mean, you just take that advice, if you will. But what I was going to say was that Yeah, I was gonna ask a question. Do you think that disabled people have the right to be included in the workplace? I mean, from what?
Of course I do, and the ADA guarantees that for them.
But what you were just saying was that that's not, I mean, it's like, there's a very, very thin line.
DEI does not give them that though, that's the problem. Equal opportunity is not DEI. Equal opportunity is not DEI.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion it's a very fine term.
No, diversity, equity, and inclusion is essentially trying to preach morality in the workplace. We don't need to have coaching to be decent human beings. We don't need the government interfering.
To be allowed in the workplace.
No, ADA requires that, your piece. DEI does not. ADA does. The Americans with Disabilities Act
Let me
is
tell
what
you
it deals
something.
with.
Do you think disabled people should be included?
Of course.
Okay. Okay, well, that I on inclusion, on DEI, that's what I said.
I on inclusion, if you let's have a gay pride parade at work today, and everybody comes participate.
No, that's so far right perception.
No, that I on inclusion is let me govern your morality and make sure that you're treating everybody inclusively.
One of my clients called me and say,
Your piece.
that you're writing them up every day.
Your piece, before you talk about it.
Because you don't have a wheelchair around outside of your business,
Hold on.
I'm on your ass.
Your piece, can you define the word equity to us?
No, I can't.
But you're using it, you're talking about diversity.
Can you define inclusion for me?
I can define equity,
You
but I
coming off mic, because you've been over there Googling and got your paper and pen out, and then you're gonna try to put me on the spot.
No, I'm not, you're using
You
the
see
term
how that goes?
equity, I'm asking you to define the term equity. I
Well,
know the
can you
definition.
look it up for me, because I know you over there writing down everything you're talking about.
Why don't you define the word
No,
equity?
I want you to read it and tell us, because I can sit down and Google some shit just like
I
you
didn't ask
do.
you to Google it, you're using it in a conversation.
Exactly.
Define it, I didn't ask you to Google it, I asked you to
Okay,
define
no,
the
I'm
word that
asking
you're
you
using.
to define it. Because you've been on mute all this time. So I don't have a moment to give you the exact, precise fucking definition.
Well, but you're using it, right?
So give me,
What
it
are
don't
the
matter.
maxims, what are the maxims?
Give me a
of
moment,
equity?
I'll look it up, the definition for you, because these are the type of fucking games y'all play.
What are the maxims?
Wait, hold on, everyone mute for a second, It's that time again, I have to do this, I apologize. But for the sake of the 1,089 members of the House, I'm gonna read the rules, and we'll emphasize a couple of them. Rule number 1, no threats of violence. We've done really well there. Nobody's threatened any violence today. No doxing, we haven't done that today, that's good. Staying on topic, we're doing better than average of doing that. Keeping your shares brief, I actually think we're doing okay there, but here's one where I'm having a bit of a problem. Do not interrupt speakers, especially the mods. And then just a reminder, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7 is the N-word is forbidden on stage and in the chat. Actually, I'm going to update this right now. The N and K-word, K-words are forbidden. I'm updating it as we speak, as we discussed this another time. Bear with me. Boom, are forbidden in the stage and the chat. Okay, rule number 8, don't spam the chat. Rule number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10, English only. Those are the rules. So the interrupting thing needs to stop. Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm driving and I want to get educated. Serendipity, what do you believe DEI was supposed to achieve? Because I hear you talking around it, but I just want to get a direct, what do you believe it was supposed to achieve?
The purpose of DEI was to encourage employees to bring all together to celebrate all various types of lifestyles, whether it's LGBTQ, different marginalized communities, to just encourage an inclusion of community within the work.
Hold on, I hate to interrupt, especially in the middle of that bar that you were spitting there. but I want everybody to look at the chat before I remove this person. But Shodu is talking about some very hateful things. We're going to all go ahead and click on that profile. We're going to click the 3 buttons. We're going to hit the word report, and then we're going to report this person, and we're going to get this person kicked off the app. So everyone do that now. Oh, who removed them? Who removed them?
Not me.
Which one of them?
I might have. I was trying to report.
Damn it.
I didn't done it. I'm sorry.
Okay, listen. In the future,
I did report him.
Good. In the future, when we have people that are saying things like that, it's not enough to just delete the comments or remove them. We have to report them so we can get them kicked out.
I did. I think I accidentally hit the remove report option. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What, Scooby? A clue?
Anyway, I was asking for a definition of the term equity.
She was trying to talk about, you mean when you
Yeah,
have
when people use terms, I was asking them to define the words and what they think those words mean. That's all I was asking. I know what the word means, but I have a different meaning for it, so I'm curious when people talk about it, what they think it means. That was my question.
So I guess serendipity, you can answer mine after they finish doing their thing.
So your piece, once again, how do you define the term equity?
Demand something from me?
Demand anything.
Because I already told you I'm not answering that question.
Yeah,
And I have had time to look it up. And I have had time to look it up, so that's to let you know I don't give a fuck about what you're asking me.
Good.
I don't owe you shit, Abby.
We come into equity with clean hands. I will tell you that.
So you can go ahead and tell the people what the fuck you mean, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Equity is a term that's been in our world, in our legal world.
I work with employers every day who don't give disabled people a chance. Able-bodied people just because they're on a fucking spectrum. Leave me alone.
Okay, with all
Is that enough
due
interruption?
you're saying way too many F words. I mean, just saying.
Thank you, David. That might have been the best contribution you've
Yeah,
ever done on Clubhouse.
Mojo, like she's saying a lot of F words. Like, come on.
No, you're right. Well, that's why I'm saying.
What is the positive
I don't know why Abby even asked her or even went back to her.
Equity.
No, it has nothing to do with Abby. I was talking about the
Okay.
other person that Abby was talking to.
Why do we have multiple people speaking at the same time?
I apologize.
I was just saying, one of the maxims of equity is it regards substance over form. I'm just stating equity has maxims. There's old legal maxims. You can look them up. Everyone, since we're all into Googling, we can read what equity is. But when people use it, I'm curious because it's taken on a whole new meaning under DEI than what the term equity is or how we've treated equity in our system for centuries and also prior to us being a nation based on old common law. So that's what I was curious how she was using it. But we have a refusal to answer. Go ahead, someone else. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say Abby is correct, and also somebody who deals mathematics. If anybody wants to ask me.
HR. Hold on, real quick. John Kitover, do you have a question for David? David said that he's good at math equations. Do you have a question for David B., Mr. Kitover?
What's 565 times 1,000?
No offense. I shouldn't say the S word. It's not a question that's to be. But go ahead, sorry.
Got it. Well, that's what we like to call a test of IQ. David, you failed.
Mango. When I was at my college, like they said, you should never say the S word. So I try very hard on Clubhouse to never say the S word.
David, please, what are you doing? Oh my gosh.
And, I always wonder. No, but my professor said, like, don't, whatever happens, don't ever.
Can somebody please, anyone that knows David, give him a list of local AA meetups so he can get the help that he needs? Thank you.
Yeah.
Your piece, do you think employers should be forced to hire people that are neurodivergent? Your piece? All right, I guess everybody has left the building.
No, I was washing my dish. I just finished my delicious meal. What was the question?
Do you think that employers should be forced to hire people that are neurodivergent?
I don't think they should be forced to, because in real life, they are not forced to. But one thing I do notice about some of these big wigs, these big employees that I come in contact with, these business relationship representatives that they sent before me, you know. These motherfuckers make a big deal about it. They want everybody to know when they do hire somebody that is able, when they do partner with a nonprofit for kids with autism, they want it on the television. But when they don't want nobody to know about that. What do you think about that?
I have no idea what your point was.
I thought earlier, Abby was asking what definition of equity is. Are we still on the point?
You can go in, I'm putting the maxims in the chat, but go on. I'm just curious, when people use it in the DEI fashion, they I don't want to say hijack the word equity, but they've reinvented the word equity. So I'm always so curious how they define it and what they think it means, because we've lived and worked in our system with the word equity in such a different way. So I'm just curious. I was asking the question when people use it, what they think it means. That was it. Do you want to answer, Ensign?
I would like to respect to Abby, like, I have my reasoning in who I picked, but I don't know, what does everyone else think?
David, actually, yeah, well, actually, I don't, I mean, this is like the third time I encountered David, but he's always claiming he had 2 PhDs. I'm just wondering what the 2 PhDs are in.
I'm not going to answer your question, so go ahead.
So I just wanted somebody to answer the question, when a company refuses or bullshits and goes, like a rehabilitation company that are trying to get disabled people jobs, when they back off the field, you don't think we should put that on the news or put it
we don't say disabled people, we don't say that.
Well, people with impairment.
Yes,
Exceptional people.
thank you.
I have a long list of fucking words I can use. This is what I do. Special people.
I have a question, your piece. Like, if I'm an employer, should I be required to hire retards?
Whoa, you don't say the R word.
Yeah, that's highly disrespectful.
No, it's actually a term. I mean, there's.
Yeah, they haven't used that term since probably 1954.
Listen, do you know what the word retard
That's not even
means?
utilizing any norms of
Do you know what the word? Do you know what the term? David, do not interrupt me. This is why you're spending more time in the audience. Your piece. Do you know what the word retard means?
From my understanding, it could possibly mean someone that may have an intellectual or learning disability. but it's subjective. I can't say because their word is not a word that I use.
Yeah, so this is why I think the language police are so dangerous. So the word retard means to slow down or to delay. And so I think that if you have someone that's mentally retarded, if their mental development has slowed down or been delayed, impaired in some way, we could say that they're mentally retarded. Now, you could say that you find that term offensive. You could say you don't want to use that term. Textbooks can choose different words, but I think it's very descriptive. And the question really stands, even if you want to replace it with a different word. Do you think I should be required to hire people that are mentally retarded?
No, but I think that the community that you serve, any community, any business that you, I just think that they should know that you know, you're not willing to do business or even, you know, do any type of volunteer, or maybe it might just be, you might just want them to come in and just do a view of your establishment. Do a tour. You have, some of these businesses are very shady when it comes to people who are disabled. And that's why I said it's a fine hair with equity, inclusion, and what have you.
So hold on,
But
your piece.
You want disabled people there or not?
Your piece. Well,
Can the wheelchair get in the picture or not?
Hold on.
And a lot of times the answer is no.
Hey, shut your fucking mouth when I'm speaking. How about that? Did you understand those words? Sometimes when I talk about mentally retarded people, I'm referring to people like you. I shouldn't have to hire somebody that doesn't know when to shut their fucking mouth. You can't even obey the simple rules of conversation. Would I hire you to speak to customers for me? Absolutely not. You don't know when to shut the fuck up. So here's my answer to this. If I have somebody that's mentally retarded versus somebody that's not mentally retarded, and they're applying for a job, you just give me a job at random, I would just ask you, what job could a mentally retarded person do better than somebody that's not mentally retarded? And I think you're uniquely qualified to answer this, considering you're on one side of that spectrum. Go ahead.
Well, their abilities, that's the biggest thing. I think a lot of people automatically assume that if a person is being mentally retarded, that they don't know anything and that they don't have the ability. Remember, ability is futuristic, not futuristic like what you're thinking, but the ability. What could you possibly do? And a lot of times we can possibly do a lot of shit with a job coach, with training, someone taking out the time to show us how to do the fucking shit. The ability is very high. So, a lot of people's time is money, and employers don't want to slow down for that. Maybe one or two people so they can take a few pictures and be on the internet that they fuck with disabled people too, but not really. You don't gotta do it, but when you don't do it, why can't that be on the front page too? That's all I'm saying.
We got a topic change for the room, and I think we'll get a poll going here in a moment. Hanson, what do you think? Do you think I should be forced to hire retarded people?
Of course not. You should be allowed to hire whoever you want, whether retarded or genius or whoever, the midgets, the cripples or deaf, but whatever pleases you.
Yeah, I would agree. Vincent, you said you wanted to say something real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the room, by the way. I've been cutting my lawn here and just kind of laughing and enjoying you guys' conversation, so I'm new to your space. But this is an interesting topic because I guess I'm not old you guys are. I'm assuming you guys are probably in 30s, 40s, I'm guessing. Technically, a lot, I guess. But I'm probably on the older side than most people here. I'm 51. I would stop myself on that part of it. But I came about when DEI was kind of in its infancy, in a sense, being rolled out to corporate America. I remember the first, one of the early DEI initiatives. So I used to be an engineer, a chemical engineer. And I will say in the beginning, it wasn't how it's been politically positioned in today's time. Like I listened to one young lady, I don't know if she's an attorney, who's talking about this mandatory. That wasn't what it was about in the beginning. And I agree with you. I think forcing a culture shift in a company is something that I totally don't agree with. I think that's what your mom and dad is for. That's what our parental structure is for, our grandmothers, our whole community. But in the beginning, and I'll say this and I can land my plane, so I was a case where I'm African American. I was an engineer, like I mentioned before, now I'm in the medical side. But at that time, I worked for a company, well, I was recruited by a company, I should say, that was a global Fortune 500 company that had a VP who looked and said, guys, we have all these engineers, but we have no representation of our customer base. And he said we should really do a better job of having at least representation on the inside for what our customer base is on the outside. Imagine you're going to your customers, your customer base is different ethnicities, groups, et cetera, Hispanic, Black, Latin America, et cetera. But your engineer base is all white American, from the Midwest. And so they went out, and based on that VP's discussion, they went out looking for engineers that were of different ethnic groups. And they came back and they said, we can't find any. We can't find any engineers that are non-Caucasian based, blah, blah, blah. So the next question was asked was, well, where are you guys looking? And they went to, and this kind of goes back to something I said earlier, people tend to go to what they know, right? So if I went to Purdue, if I went to UW, if I went to Notre Dame, you're going to go to your alumni, because, I naturally do myself. I know my program, I know my school, I'm going to go get where I know where people are, I know professors, et cetera. And that's what was happening. So they challenged that group to say, hey, you got to go outside of your norm. And he did that. So that's how I was recruited with that Fortune 500 company in '98. And I literally was one of the first 80 Black engineers they brought in, with the purpose of diversifying. It was a successful program. Some people say some people left, but what it did do, and this is the part we don't talk about a lot, is it gave people opportunity. It gave me an opportunity because I wouldn't have been recruited by that organization. No telling what would have happened. But at that time in '98, it was about opportunity. And the thing that people leave out is equal opportunity. I was just as qualified, and I ended up going, just so you know, I got my master's from PWI. Now, I'm a doctor, but I got from a PWI to the northeastern part of the country. And again, with the undergrad engineering, chemical master's, it still took something like that just to give me a chance to get my stuff looked at. And from there, my efforts and all my merit kind of spoke for itself. So I just will say that in the beginning, just summing up, it wasn't about what it became, and unfortunately I agree with what the one lady said, but in the beginning it really was trying to take people who were truly qualified, but who just didn't get a chance because they were not at those institutions where normal people were going back to recruit. Was I in the matrix the whole time, or?
No, you got that.
No, we heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sometimes the sound of the vacuum is a good thing.
Was I in the matrix? I'm like, damn, I'm waiting all day. That's all I wanted to say. I'll mute it up. I just wanted to share that story, that's all.
So Marcus, what do you think is the biggest myth surrounding DEI on either side?
I think it's the same thing that would happen to affirmative action. They started calling it Florida, and unfortunately, that is, I'm not for Florida, but that in itself, from what and again, I have a one end of one, case study. I think that's the unfortunate part is that we started labeling it and we started putting general categories on it where you lost the true effort of people who were qualified, and that's true even for affirmative action. My dad's good friends, he was an attorney from Duke University, and his wife was a doctor from Duke University. They both lived in Scarsdale at the time, and they were benefactors of affirmative action, and they were proponents of affirmative action in the late 70s, early 80s, and literally what happened to them